Network Television presents Super Football Saturday. Today, the Florida State Seminoles travel to Ann Arbor to take on the 4th-ranked Wolverines of Michigan. Brought to you by Budweiser. Beechwood aged for that distinctively clean, crisp taste that makes Budweiser the king of beers. For all that you do, this Bud's for you.
Hi, everybody. Along with Ron Kramer, this is Pete Van Wieren welcoming you to Michigan Stadium in Ann Arbor, Michigan, where this afternoon it's the unbeaten Wolverines of Michigan against the Seminoles of Florida State. Florida State with a record of 1 win, 1 loss, 1 tie. The first ever meeting between these two schools here at Michigan. And Ron Kramer, this is where it all began for you about 30 years ago.
Well, it certainly did, and it's going to start today with Michigan and Florida State. Michigan has some experience over Florida State. They have a lot of seniors playing in this football game. Florida State does have a little bit of a problem at quarterback. Chip Ferguson will probably start, and they have had some difficulties at quarterback. Michigan, on the other hand, has a great one, a Heisman Trophy candidate in Jimmy Harbaugh, and it should be a good football game here in Ann Arbor.
Let's take a look now at some of the stars we'll be focusing on as we proceed with this afternoon's game, beginning with the Seminoles of Florida State. A win, a loss, and a tie so far. And let's begin with their outstanding freshman tailback, Sammy Smith.
Well, Sammy Smith, and this play even fools the cameraman. There's Sammy Smith on a wing back around, and there he goes. It's a fake handoff, and Sammy Smith down the field for a touchdown against Nebraska.
The Florida State aerial game features their top receiver, Darren Holloman. He has a brother who also plays in the backfield. On defense, Paul McGowan leads a very experienced linebacking core. Now, when you talk about the University of Michigan team, Ron, you said you're talking about a little bit more experienced team. They have a lot more seniors in their lineup than do the Florida State Seminoles. They've also had a little more difficulty than anticipated in winning their first 2 ball games.
But they've won the ball game, and that's the only important thing to Bo Schembechler. This is a senior team. He hopes to bring them along in time, and of course probably might be a candidate to be #1 here in the NCAA. They are ranked #4 right now. A big win today against Florida State would really certainly help their rankings.
On the Wolverine squad, everything begins with their quarterback, Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh was the nation's leader in passing efficiency last season.
Boy, he can do it all. He was the #1 quarterback in the nation, as you mentioned, and here he is against Notre Dame, a touchdown to Jamie Morris, and of course Michigan won that game by 1 point.
Jamie Morris, better known for his running ability than his pass-catching abilities. Andy Moeller leads an experienced defensive group. And this Michigan club, Ron, we mentioned they've had a little bit of difficulty winning their first 2 ball games, but they have won them. They're going up against a Florida State team that has had tremendous success under Bobby Bowden, winning games away from home. They call Bobby Bowden down at Florida State the king of the road. And earlier today, we had both coaches talk about Bobby Bowden's outstanding road record.
He has a marvelous record for playing on the road. It's amazing that you could win that often going into hostile stadiums against teams that are so highly ranked. He's got to have some magic in that because he's won some awfully big games on the road.
We used to be pretty good on the road. We hadn't done it lately. But it's a game like this one with Michigan that has enabled us the opportunity to have that reputation. We've beaten some pretty good people on the road. Yeah, it's kind of, you know how football is, or what have you done lately? We hadn't done that lately.
Well, Ron Kramer, one factor in this ball game could very well be this stadium, the largest college football stadium in the country. Over 100,000 fans will be on hand. What is it like as a player to walk out on that field and see 100,000 fans surrounding you?
Frightening, because right at one end of the football field is a tunnel, and you come running out of this little tunnel, and all of a sudden you look up into the sky and you see 100,000 people. The first time you ever play here, it's frightening. And of course, Florida State, this is their first time here in Ann Arbor. And they have also sold 96,000 season tickets, so it'll be a full house today against Florida State.
And we will be seeing those 2 teams come out of that tunnel and look up to those 100,000 faces right after these messages. Well, Ron Kramer, we mentioned at the outset that there would be 100,000 fans here. There may be 105, 106,000 fans here. This is homecoming at Michigan, and everybody comes back for homecoming.
Yeah, boy, they sure do. Even the old-time band. We got a bunch of guys out here, alumni, that are playing along with the Michigan band, and this band is really doing it today. Old cheerleaders who are my age out on the field, still giving cheers, and of course the the homecoming weekend certainly spurs on a lot of parties, and there's been some great partying going on, not only on the field, but all over.
This is quite a sight to see, to come into this stadium and see 100,000 plus. All decked out for the most part in their maize and blue, the Michigan colors.
And this is one of the finest bands in the country playing the maize and blue. We have a look from our blimp, the Goodyear blimp. And it's a full house here at Michigan in Ann Arbor. Michigan is a 9-point favorite this morning. And, of course, Bobby Bowden, has been mentioned before, has had the uncanny success of getting his team up, his Seminoles up for these big games. This is the first time he's been in the Wolverines' den, but he's been down at LSU in that Tiger pen. And I'll tell you something, he's come out smelling like a rose, and he's done some great jobs. And he's got some great players on his football team. And they have really performed well up to now. The only problem is they only have one win, and of course they lost to Nebraska.
They beat Toledo in their opening game 24-0. Then they played Nebraska, and they lost to the Nebraska Ball Club 34-17. Last week against North Carolina, they played to a 10-10 tie. Michigan 2-0 defeated Notre Dame 24-23. And then last week defeated Oregon State 31-12. For the Michigan team, this will be the last non-conference game of the season. Conference play begins next week for all Big Ten teams. Elsewhere around the Big Ten today, Indiana is playing at Missouri. Iowa is at home against UTEP. Michigan State plays at home against Western Michigan. Minnesota is at home against Pacific as the Florida State Seminoles head for the field.
Out of that dreaded tunnel, you come from the dark and into the light. And as you mentioned, 105,000 screaming faces.
The rest of the Big Ten schedule today. Northwestern plays at Princeton. Ohio State's at home against Utah. Purdue travels to Notre Dame, and Wisconsin is at home against Wyoming. And we'll keep you posted on any scores of other Big Ten action and other college football action as we go through this afternoon.
Florida State looks like they declined the toss even though they won. And they will defend the south goal. Michigan will receive.
And now assembling in that tunnel, the maize and blue, the Wolverines of Michigan. And you're going to hear a tremendous roar when they take the field.
Michigan's captain is Harbaugh and Moeller defensively. The captains for Florida State is Berry, Jones, Hendley, and Nichols. And at number 4, Jimmy Harbaugh, who had such a great season last year and continuing this year, is really the glue that holds this Michigan football club together.
Florida State under Bobby Bowden on the sidelines, ready for Game 4 and what has been a troubled season for the Florida State Seminoles. Everybody is very much aware, of course, about the loss of their offensive tackle Pablo Lopez, who was fatally injured. And here come the Wolverines.
100 strong today. I didn't know that tunnel down there was big enough to hold that many players.
Our weather conditions, there is some rain in the forecast. We've had an awful lot of very heavy rain here in the Detroit area for the last 2 days. But hopefully the rain will hold off. Game time temperature is about 68 degrees. The opening kickoff just around the corner. This is Super Football Saturday on TNT.
Shaw's Furniture is going out of business after 56 years.
We are back at Michigan Stadium, ready for the opening kickoff. Bo Schembechler seeking his 199th career victory today. He coached at Miami of Ohio before coming to Michigan.
He's had a great career. He's only lost 55 games in that long, illustrious career. This is his 18th season. This is Bobby Bowden, the winningest coach in the history of Florida State, and he's got his Seminoles up for this one.
And career-wise, Bobby Bowden with a career record of 157 wins and 65 losses. So two of the best coaches.
That's a strange thing about Bobby, you know. In the first 10 years, he did not have a tie. And in the last 2 years, he's had 3 ties.
Including one last week.
Yeah, one last weekend.
Disappointing game for the Florida State Seminoles. They missed a field goal in the closing seconds. And we are all set to get underway here. Jamie Morris and John Colasar dropping deep.
And this is a big Michigan football team. That offensive line averages about 285 line with twin towers. John Elliott and Mike Hussar playing tackle.
Derek Schmidt will be kicking it off for the Seminoles.
Looks like this field has certainly dried off today. Rained hard earlier, about 10 o'clock this morning.
And we are underway from Michigan Stadium. This will be Jamie Morris at the 4-yard line. Out to the 20. And the Wolverines will put it in play. First down at the 21-yard line. Jim Harbaugh, the nation's leader in passing efficiency last season, a definite Heisman Trophy candidate this year. He's a 6'3", 207-pound senior who played his high school football at Palo Alto, California. Now lives in Kalamazoo, Michigan. His dad, Jack Harbaugh, is the head coach at Western Michigan. The running backs are Gerald White and Jamie Morris behind Harbaugh. Colasar is out wide right. Ken Higgins wide left. And the first carry is a fake and a long toss for Colasar, incomplete. A good fake to Jamie Morris up the middle. Colasar was well covered downfield. He had 3 men on him, Greg Newell and Deion Sanders, 2 of those 3. And it's a second down.
That'll loosen things up. Here's a fake to the halfback, Jamie Morris. Jim Harbaugh going back. Looking downfield for John Colasar. Well covered by Deion Sanders. Right in the middle, a squeegee board. They had him squeezed in the middle. Martin Mayhew along with Deion Sanders.
Second down, 10 at the 21. Harbaugh back to throw again. Again, he's going long downfield for Greg McMurtry, and it is incomplete, but a penalty flag will be thrown. Deion Sanders ran up the back of Greg McMurtry, and it'll be pass interference.
Deion Sanders, a 6'1", 180-pound sophomore. They felt that they could go after him. That's the second time. A barn burner. Greg McMurtry, he can really run. He was open. There's a flag on the field, but there's another penalty back against Michigan. It may come back.
Greg McMurtry is a freshman from Brockton, Massachusetts, one of the most highly recruited players in the country.
It is interference against.
Interference by the defense. First down.
And a first down for Michigan, a 15-yard penalty. From the line of scrimmage.
Moves the ball out to the 35-yard line, just across the 35. First down for the Wolverines. Harbaugh handing off this time to Morris. And Morris, as little as he is, gets all the way out across midfield to the 48-yard line. Behind blocking from Michael Dames. Stan Shiver made the tackle for Florida State.
You know, Morris may look very small, but watch how he carries his weight. He's 180 pounds, but he's only 5'7". With great balance and great strength up the field, he's carrying 2 or 3 defenders for the first down, and Michigan is in Florida State territory.
That was a 17-yard pickup. The rest of the offense for Michigan. Big up front, Mark Hammerstein, a key man in that offensive line. Michael Dames threw a key block on the last carry by Morris. Harbaugh giving to Morris again. Morris looking for running room wide, is forced out of bounds. Just inside the 45-yard line, Martin Mayhew and Stan Shiver bumped him out after a gain of about 3 yards. It'll be second down, 7. The defense for Florida State. Anthony Williams starting in that nose guard position in place of Tom Harp. Fred Jones and Paul McGowan, two of the best. And in that secondary, keep an eye on Deion Sanders. Second down, 7 at the Florida State 45. 14:07 to go, opening quarter. Harbaugh handing to Morris again. Again, he looks for running room left, and again, he's forced out of bounds. Just shy of the first down. Paul McGowan, number 38, bumped out Jamie Morris. A 5-yard gain. It'll be third down, about 2 yards to go for the first down.
And a good block out front by number 31, Ken Higgins, on his handoff to Jamie Morris.
Two tight ends in there now, both Jeffrey Brown and Derek Walker for the Wolverines. Bob Perryman enters the backfield along with Gerald White and Jamie Morris as they run from the wishbone on third down and 2. Up the middle.
It will be close.
Let's see where they mark this. That'll be the key. Paul McGowan making the tackle.
It's close, but it will probably be a first down for the University of Michigan.
They're going to bring the chains out to be sure.
If I were Florida State, I wouldn't let them get away with it either without measuring it.
It's a first down. So Bob Perryman's 2-yard carry gets the Wolverines a first down at the 38-yard line of Florida State.
Colasar and Higgins back in as flankers.
The Wolverines in their initial possession, driving down towards scoring territory. First down, 38-yard line. Harbaugh handing off to Morris, and Morris gets inside the 30. A gain of about 9 yards. There is a penalty flag down. Greg Newell and Paul McGowan made the tackle for Florida State.
From where that flag came from, it's probably a holding penalty against Michigan. And it is. 10-yard penalty.
So the 8-yard gain goes for naught.
Boughton likes it.
Both coaches talking about this game all week long, and both have talked a lot about how kicking could decide this one.
Kicking decides almost every game, partner. You know, that's 1/3 of the football game. You got to punt the ball, you have to kick extra points, and you have to kick off.
Here's for the offense. Holding is the call. First down.
They had a big hole for him, but somebody was holding in that Michigan line, and it puts Michigan 1st and 20.
The ball marked now back on the Florida State 48-yard line. Greg McMurtry is checked back in for Ken Higgins. McMurtry comes out wide right along with Colasar on 1st and 20. Harbaugh back to throw, has good protection. His pass intended for McMurtry, and another penalty marker down. Again, Deion Sanders a little bit too aggressive on the intended receiver, Greg McMurtry.
Well, there's no doubt about these calls. You know, you have to look at Greg McMurtry. He can burn it. He can run about a 4.45 40. He's only a freshman from Massachusetts, and he had a baseball contract he turned down to come here and play for Bo Schembechler down the field, a turn in, and Deion Sanders interfered. And
yes, Greg McMurtry was the #1 draft pick this year of the Boston Red Sox.
That's right.
Usually a Major League Baseball team will not draft a player in that first round unless they're absolutely certain they're going to be able to sign him. So it was a real coup for Bo Schembechler to get McMurtry to come here and play football.
I've seen McMurtry play earlier this year, and he can really fly. He's a really fine freshman prospect, and of course down the line an All-American prospect.
This penalty being stepped off. Second pass interference call against the Seminoles.
It will be 1st and 5.
Interference, defense, automatic first down.
Down the field, runs his man down the field, turns him around. There he is, wide open. The ball is coming, And you can see the interference by Deion Sanders.
So it's a first down for the Wolverines at the 34-yard line of Florida State. Jamie Morris inside the 30 to about the 26-yard line before Martin Mayhew and Greg Newell make the stop.
And a host of players running into Jamie Morris. Again, you know what makes him so good? He's 5'7". He's behind a line that averages 6'5". I don't think they see him half the time coming through the line of scrimmage.
He also got a good block that time from his fullback, Gerald White, after a 9-yard pickup.
Gerald White's a big kid.
Second down 1. Jamie Morris, of course, the brother of Joe Morris out of Syracuse, now with the New York Giants. Very similar players. From the wishbone on 2nd and short. And it looks like the first down will be gained inside the 25-yard line. Anthony Williams making the tackle on the big fullback, Bob Perryman.
Bo Schembechler this year going to the wishbone in short yardage. It looks like it's a first down. I think they will measure again. Bo Schembechler for the first time going to the wishbone in 18 years. I haven't seen him use this wishbone formation.
It is a first down.
But when you have an intelligent quarterback like Jimmy Harbaugh, and he's a senior and he's been around coaching all of his life, you can use new different types of formations because he can handle it.
The Wolverines with a 1st and 10 at the 24-yard line of Florida State. Just under 12 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Colasar comes out wide right. Ken Higgins in a slot. White and Morris are the running backs. Harbaugh back to throw on first down. Under some pressure, gets rid of it. The intended receiver, Gerald White. A strong rush that time by Eric Hayes. Fred Jones back in the coverage for the Seminoles.
Yeah, Eric Hayes came out there on the rollout.
He's only
put some pretty good pressure. Watch Jimmy Harbaugh coming out here to the right. The coverage is good and good pressure by number 78, Eric Hayes. But when Jim Harbaugh, as I mentioned how intelligent he is, he threw the ball away. He's not going to get an interception. He's only had 1 interception since last year, and that's 150 throws before he had an interception, and it's a passing situation again for the University of Michigan.
Second down 10 at the 24-yard line of Florida State. Gerald White inside the 20, out of bounds at about the 16-yard line. Greg Newell and Eric Hayes making the stop on Gerald White, a 6', 220-pound senior from Titusville, Florida.
Now this is Gerald White at tailback. This is the option play that Paul Hornung made so famous up in Green Bay. He was looking for his receiver, Ken Higgins, downfield. Didn't see him, decided to run the ball, picked up 8 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 2 for Michigan.
Again, 2 tight ends in there on 3rd down and short. Jeffrey Brown and Derek Walker both in the lineup. And once again, the Wolverines line up in that wishbone. Harbaugh pitching out, the ball fouled by Jamie Morris. And that play simply didn't work. Fred Jones was back there to bump Morris out of bounds, but a loss of yardage that time moves it back just outside the 18-yard line.
That was just a good play by the defense of Florida State. They came in strong. They came in with the blitz, and Jimmy Harbaugh was not able to get it back to Jamie Morris quick enough to pick up that first down. It will be 4th and 4, and Michigan will try for a field goal.
And they call on Pat Moons, a 5'8 senior out of Fort Lauderdale. This will be a 35-yard attempt. It is no good, wide left. So after controlling the ball for 3.5 minutes, the Michigan Wolverines come up empty. As Pat Moons misses from 35 yards out. We are scoreless. This is Super Football Saturday on TNT.
Join the winning team at Governor Square. For football fashion and fun, nobody has more Seminole spirit than we do. With the best variety of quality specialty stores, plus Moss Brothers, JCPenney, Sears, and the food court, Governor Square means one-stop shopping for the whole family. And rain or shine, take Caltrans Tri-Bride from Governor Square to Campbell Stadium. Why sit in traffic? Tri-Bride from Governor Square. This football season, join the winning team at Governor Square. We're just your style.
At Amy Company, we take our construction very seriously. After all, our reputation is on the line with every phase of the job. Utilizing the most advanced techniques and materials is but the foundation of our commitment. It takes skill and meticulous attention to detail to cover every angle. We take the time to make sure the job is done right the first time. We care about the end result and know a job well done is satisfying for everyone. With Amy Company, you can rest easy because we build confidence with everything we construct.
Here we are in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Here we are in Ann Arbor, Michigan. An attempt by the University of Michigan for a field goal. Watch this reaction of these players.
He thought he had it.
Yeah.
So Florida State puts the ball in play. Chip Ferguson, the sophomore, who now lives in Charlotte, North Carolina, attended high school at Spartanburg, South Carolina. I think Michigan's got it. They do. The Wolverines. Immediately recovering, Mark Messner, number 60, fell on the football.
Oh, wow. Here's the fumble. Just never did get a hold of it.
Sammy Smith never got his hands on the ball.
Never did. He didn't look it in. Michigan has the ball.
So the Wolverines with the first down on the Florida State 17.
Mark Messner with the recovery.
Another opportunity for the Wolverines after the missed field goal. Jamie Morris inside the 15 to about the 13-yard line.
There's Mark Messner, the young man that recovered that last fumble by Sammy Smith.
A gain of 5 yards on that last carry by Jamie Morris. Paul McGowan and Greg Newell making the tackle for the Seminoles.
You can't give the ball to good teams in that fashion so quickly. Otherwise, you're going to have a long day on that football field.
Second down, about 5 yards to go. The ball on the 13-yard line. Jamie Morris inside the 10, inside the 5. First down, Michigan. Terry Warren, number 80, making the tackle for Florida State.
Good blocking out front by number 74, Mike Hussar, and also number 1, Greg McMurtry. Jamie Morris around the left side. He finds that around the right side. He finds a hole, and he just scampers down to the 5-yard line. Jamie Morris now 7 rushes, 45 yards.
And only 4.5 minutes gone in the ball game. 2 tight ends in there now. They'll line up in the wishbone. First and goal from the 5. Harbaugh giving to Perryman. Perryman got down to about the 2-yard line.
Straight ahead power out of the wishbone.
Perryman, a 6'1 senior out of Buzzards Bay, Massachusetts, 226 pounds.
Buzzards Bay. I love it.
Jamie Morris also recruited from Massachusetts by Bo Schembechler. Second and goal, just outside the 2. With the exception of one play, Michigan has had the football for the first 5 minutes and 20 seconds of this ball game. Pitching out to White. Touchdown.
Great play by Jimmy Harbaugh, the quarterback, out of the wishbone. Fake to his fullback, Bob Perryman. Came out on the quarterback option, and at the last moment flipped it to Gerald White, untouched into the end zone, and Michigan has taken advantage of a fumble very quickly here in the first period.
Now Pat Moons for the extra point attempt. It is good. 9 minutes, 32 seconds remaining in the opening quarter, and the Wolverines have struck first. It is 7-0 Michigan.
Like many before.
Harbaugh will fake to number 37 into the line of scrimmage. He's tackled by the defense at the last moment, pitching it out to Gerald White, and no one's in front of him. He scampers into the end zone for 6 points and tries to hand it off to the referee, but the referee will have nothing to do with the ball.
9:32 left in the opening quarter. Ready now for the Michigan kickoff. Deep for Florida State, number 13 Dexter Carter, number 20 Keith Ross. Rick Sutkowitz handles the kickoff duties barefooted.
That is until November. That must really hurt when it gets cold out, and if your tootsies get a little cold.
I would think it would hurt if it's not cold out. Not a very long kick, coming down only to the 22-yard line. And the return by Sutton out to the 35-yard line. Only 1:53, but really Michigan had the ball the first 6.5 minutes, or the first 5.5 minutes of the ball game.
But unfortunately, Florida State did fumble the ball. And Michigan got that fumble and went right smack dab into the end zone. Florida State has to get something going here because they don't want to lose any momentum here at the beginning of the game.
Chip Ferguson in at quarterback. There was some talk he might not start today. Peter Tom Willis was listed as a possible starter. Throwing on first down, incomplete. Ronald Lewis, the intended receiver. Ferguson joined in that backfield by Tanner Holloman and Sammy Smith. Darren Holloman, Tanner's brother, one of the receivers. There's a look at the Florida offensive line. It's fairly young, only 2 seniors in the line. Tim Hebron at left tackle. Bobby Bowden looking on, second down 10. At the 34-yard line, Ferguson handing off to Sammy Smith. Smith up to the 40. Pretty good run. Got up to the 41-yard line. For the Wolverines, Eric Campbell making the stop on Sammy Smith. Mark Mester, Billy Harris, Dave Folkertsma, a lot of experience. Andy Moeller, the defensive captain among the linebacking corps. And some experience in that defensive secondary.
Big play for Florida State, 3rd down and 3.
The ball at the 40-yard line. Michigan with a 7-0 lead. Ferguson back to throw. The pass is incomplete. Ronald Lewis, the intended receiver. A penalty marker is down. Andy Moeller was there on the coverage, and we may have another interference call.
Looks like it's going to be called against Andy Moeller. Tackling just prior to that ball getting to the receiver. It's a no-no.
So we have had 3 pass interference calls in the game. 2 against Florida State, 1 now against Michigan.
That being a critical one here against Michigan. Bo don't like it. He don't like it.
Has there ever been a coach that liked penalties?
I know.
Holding.
Has there ever been a coach that liked anything?
Penalty, first down.
Oh, it was not an interference call. It was a holding call. Nevertheless, it is a first down for Florida State.
Well, that had to be on the halfback, Eric Campbell. There he is. No, Gerald Rivers. Gerald Rivers was holding Ronnie Lewis.
It'll be a first down at the 50-yard line. 8:41 to go first quarter. The Seminoles with the ball down by 7. Sammy Smith looking for running room outside. Finds some. Gets inside the 45. Finally brought down at about the 43-yard line. Andre McIntyre making the stop for the Wolverines.
That Sammy Smith is a good-looking runner. He found his hole on the outside and picked up 7 yards, more or less on his own.
Sammy Smith, a freshman from Apopka, Florida.
They really like him down at Florida State. This team is young, but I'll tell you, they really look like they have a lot of strength for the future.
Second down and 3 at the 43. Ferguson back to throw. This one is caught by Ronald Lewis and dropped. He had it and lost it. Tony Gatt back in the coverage for Michigan.
Ronnie Lewis was on his way. Short post. Dropped the ball. Perfectly thrown by Chip Ferguson. Right in Ronnie Lewis's hands. No one touched him.
That'll bring up a third down and 3 at the 43. .801 remaining in the first quarter. Ferguson back to throw on third down. He has good protection. That pass is caught by Darren Holloman. Andre McIntyre making the stop for Michigan. First down, Florida State at the 27-yard line.
Michigan in its own defense. Chip Ferguson has plenty of time to look for his receiver. He finds him, number 24, Darren Holloman underneath. Good enough for a first down and a 21-yard gain. Watch Messner here. Good block against Mark Messner. Good block on the ground. Bury him.
Pat Tomberlin, number 72. Penalty markers all over the place. As all the way down inside the 15-yard line goes Sammy Smith. Andre McIntyre and Tony Gatt finally brought him down, but we've got penalty markers.
Those are from the linesman. It's an offside against someone. Michigan
against Michigan.
Offside. Penalty was declined. First down.
Whoops. Let me get back. Billy Harris.
The penalty is declined. The gain by Sammy Smith will be taken instead. It's a first down at the 15-yard line. The Seminoles trying to get right back in it here. Down by 7. And they have moved the ball very well.
They have about 3,000 fans up here.
Sammy Smith inside the 10-yard line to about the 9. Dieter Herron making the tackle, number 35 for Michigan. Smith running behind the block of his strong guard, Jason Kuipers, a sophomore from Winter Haven.
A well-balanced attack by this Florida State team, running the ball and passing the ball against Michigan's defense.
Second down 5. They mark the ball just inside the 10. Sammy Smith is out now, and Victor Floyd, a sophomore from Pensacola, into the tailback spot. Ferguson pitching out to Floyd. Floyd's going to be brought down back in the 15-yard line by Dieter Herron, the outside linebacker.
A little razzle-dazzle by Chip Ferguson. A reverse option. Watch the reverse option. The pitch out to his halfback, Victor Floyd. Played well by number 35, Dieter Herron, and it's a loss. And again, a big play on third down for Florida State.
It'll be third down, about 8 yards to go for the first down. The ball just outside the 13-yard line. Ferguson back to throw on third and long. Firing up the middle for his tight end. Incomplete. Pat Carter, the intended receiver. Todd Schulte back in the coverage for Michigan. And the Seminoles will have to try for 3.
A big guy. Pat Carter just was not open.
This field goal attempt will come from just outside the 20-yard line. Derek Schmidt, the junior from Sarasota, attempts the field goal. It is good. So a 30-yard field goal gets the Seminoles on the board with 5:44 to go in the opening quarter. It is Michigan 7, Florida State 3. This is Super Football Saturday on TNT.
Scott.
And high above Michigan Stadium today, the Goodyear Blimp America from Houston, Texas. At the controls today, Captain Mark Kinnett from Conroe, Texas. We'll be seeing some beautiful sights from our camera high above the stadium this afternoon. 7-3, Michigan leads it. Derek Schmidt ready for the kickoff. Morris and Colasar deep. And this will be Jamie Morris driven back to his end zone. He's not going to try to run that one out. A good kick by Derek Smith. Michigan will put it in play at the 20-yard line.
That last drive by the Seminoles should give them some incentive. And I feel that they probably could move this ball against the Michigan defense. They ran some, they passed some, they were open. And their quarterback, Chip Ferguson, did a good job against a vaunted Michigan defense.
So the Wolverines put it in play at the 20-yard line. Jim Harbaugh has his instructions from Bo Schembechler.
Perryman's in for Jamie Morris.
So the backfield now has Perryman and White behind Harbaugh. Colasar in motion. This is Perryman trying to find running room outside. Cannot. Brought down at the line of scrimmage by Paul McGowan, number 38. No gain. It'll be second down 10.
Perryman, the big fullback, pretty good straight ahead runner. But if Jamie Morris would have had the ball on the last play, he probably would have cut up behind Michael Dames and picked up 4 or 5 yards.
Jamie Morris checks in now. Perryman now with 4 carries for 6 yards. Second down 10. Morris and White lined up in the eye behind Harbaugh. Harbaugh back to throw on second down. Can't find an open man, and he's going to go down at the 17-yard line. The ball is loose, but Michigan got it back. Eric Hayes got in there, number 78, a 6'3", 283-pound freshman from Tampa, Florida.
Good pressure by the Florida State defense. Harbaugh could not find a receiver. Fumbled the ball, and was quite lucky because the ball sort of came right back into his arms.
Third down, 13. Colasar is wide left. Higgins wide right. On third and long. Jamie Morris out to about the 25-yard line before Paul McGowan brings him down for Florida State. And the Wolverines will have to punt it.
That Florida State defense got a little momentum from their offense. Their offense moved the ball, got some points on the scoreboard for them. They have a little incentive now, and that's what Bobby Bowden is trying to do with this Florida State team.
Monty Robbins, a 6'4" senior at a Great Bend, Kansas, will do the kicking. Deion Sanders back at his own 36-yard line awaits the kick. Good high long kick, and Sanders will call for the fair catch at the 32-yard line. And that's where the Seminoles will put it in play. First down. A 42-yard kick for Monty Robbins with 3:40 remaining in the first quarter. Michigan leading it 7-3. Along with Ron Kramer, Pete Van Wieren back at Michigan Stadium. We're at 7-3 Wolverines, 3:40 remaining in the first quarter, and the Seminoles have just taken possession at the 33-yard line after a 42-yard kick by Monty Robbins.
There are the Florida State fans having fun because their team scored 3 points last time they had the ball.
Chip Ferguson, the quarterback, gives the ball to Sammy Smith. Sammy Smith with another good game. He picked up about 8 more yards there out to the 40-yard line.
Some good blocking up front by that offensive line of Florida State. Here's Sammy with a straight handoff, sort of a delay. He finds and picks his hole and gets about 8.5 yards, and it'll be second down.
5 carries for 37 yards now for Sammy Smith. It is second down, about 2 yards to go for the first down. Tanner Holloman, the fullback, brought down by Todd Schulte.
We have a penalty on a flag.
I think Michigan jumped again.
Well, I don't think it's going to be that. It looked like it was thrown late in the backfield. It could be an unnecessary roughness against Michigan. It is.
So another Wolverine penalty, and this will give Florida State a first down.
That'll be a big one.
All the way down to the 44-yard line.
Personal foul, defense, first down.
So the Seminoles have it first down at the Michigan 44.
What happened downfield is one of the flankers tried to block one of Michigan's defensive halfbacks, and he gave him a little kick in the back after the play was over.
There you see penalties have been a big part of the first quarter here. 2:54 remaining, 7-3, Michigan leads it. Ferguson back to throw. His pass is incomplete. The intended receiver, Philip Bryant. Dieter Herron back in the coverage for the Wolverines.
Not a good throw by Chip Ferguson. He kept it to the outside, and Philip Bryant just could not handle it.
Bryant is a sophomore from Bainbridge, Georgia, where he was a 100-yard high school dash champion. Second down, 10. Sammy Smith gets the ball. Picked up about 3 yards. Not much running room for him that time. He is surrounded by the maize and blue.
Good play on that last one by Todd Schulte, number 41, making the penetration and getting himself a handle on number 33, Sammy Smith, and bringing him down for a very short gain.
Call it a 2-yard pickup. It'll be third down and 8 at the Michigan 41. The Wolverines leading 7-3, but Florida State trying to get something going. Third and long. Ferguson after the fake to Sammy Smith. Incomplete. Pat Carter, the tight end from Sarasota, Florida, had it and lost it. Todd Schulte back in the coverage for the Wolverines.
Pat Carter wide open. He flat dropped the ball. Chip Ferguson on another rollout. Looked like he had a little room out there to run it, but spotted Pat Carter in the middle of the Michigan zone defense. He just dropped the ball.
So now Florida State will have to punt. Lewis Berry checks in, the senior from Panama City. Tony Gatt standing at his own 10-yard line. A high kick headed for the end zone. It's going to drop into the end zone and come out to the 20-yard line. A 41-yard kick, but only a 21-yard net as the ball comes out to the 20.
Michigan will take over first and 10 with 1 minute and 57 seconds left here in the first period, leading 7-3 against this tough Florida State Seminole team.
You mentioned that Florida State is well represented here today. They've got about 3,000 fans that made the trip up.
I can see the color. That maroon and gold.
First down. With 1 minute 57 to go, Harbaugh handing off to Jamie Morris. And Morris has a first down. Look at that little guy go all the way out to the 36-yard line. He eluded about 5 tackles there before Martin Mayhew and Deion Sanders finally brought him down.
Bo Schembechler said he's a tough guy, and we have mentioned, here's Jamie Morris, 5'7", 179 pounds, going under people, over people, through people for the first down and a 15-yard gain. Over, through, around, under, carrying people. What a tough little kid he is.
First down to the 36-yard line. McMurtry is wide left, Higgins wide right. Penalty markers drop. Jeffrey Brown, the tight end for Michigan, might have jumped.
Might have jumped. The anxieties have got him.
So the procedure call goes against the Wolverines. Moves the ball back to the 31-yard line.
That slows things down. As you mentioned earlier, there are an awful lot of penalties in this football game early here in the first period.
First and 15 now, the 31. To the 35-yard line, a gain of about 4. Anthony Williams making the tackle along with Kevin Grant.
Watch Jamie Morris when he gets the ball. He's got that great quickness to the hole with those big fellas up front. He can pick him up and lay him down.
In this first quarter, 10 carries for 74 yards already. It is 2nd down and 10. The ball at the Michigan 36-yard line. Harbaugh with a straight drop. Looking downfield. He's going to be brought down by Terry Warren, number 80. Who's been around Florida State for a long time. He used to be a ball boy when his brother Scott was a defensive end at Florida State.
Harbaugh back looking for his receivers. Good coverage by the Florida State Seminoles. No one to throw to. Sacked.
That is the 2nd sack by the Seminoles in the first quarter. Only 6 seconds remain. The clock is moving. And it is doubtful another play will be run here before time expires. And that's the end of quarter number 1. Well, we've had a good first quarter. 1 quarter gone at Michigan Stadium. Our score, the Wolverines of Michigan 7, the Seminoles of Florida State 3. This is Super Football Saturday on TNT. Colasar, Higgins, and McMurtry. Harbaugh back to throw on 3rd down. Can't find an open man. Now he does, and the pass is caught by Colasar at the 39-yard line. John Colasar, the sophomore from Westlake, Ohio, ran deep and came back to make the catch.
Smart play by Jimmy Harbaugh. He was caught in the pocket. He gets out of the pocket here to the right. But Colasar, John Colasar, number 40, wisely went down the field, saw that Harbaugh was caught. He came back to the football, and that's what the ends are supposed to do. Come back to the football, makes the catch for a 1st down and a big play. Great pressure by the Florida State Seminoles on Jim Harbaugh, Michigan 1st and 10.
The ball now at the Florida State 39-yard line. The handoff is to Jamie Morris. Morris gets it inside the 35 to about the 34. Felton Hayes, the outside linebacker from Brandon, Florida, making the stop.
Jamie Morris juggled that ball as he got the handoff from Jimmy Harbaugh, but got control of it and picked up another 5 yards. What a day he's having.
When Jamie Morris gets in that huddle, you can really tell how small he is. He is only 5'7", 179 yards, but he runs like he's about a foot taller.
The Michigan passing game certainly misses Paul Jokic, number 84, who was 6'8", 245 pounds.
2nd down and 5 at the 34-yard line. The give is to Perryman, and Perryman gets to about the 31. Thomas Harp, number 58, making the stop for Florida State. It's shy of a 1st down. It'll be 3rd down now, about 2.
Well, it's a big 3rd down play. All 3rd downs are very big. As you remember, when Florida State was going down for their 3 points, they got it into a position where it was 3rd down and about 12 yards to go, missed the pass and had to settle for a field goal. So you got to continually make these 3rd down plays.
There you see Michigan has converted 1 of 3 so far this afternoon. They have a 3rd down, a long 2 for the 1st down from the wishbone. Up the middle, Perryman's got the 1st down and then some. All the way down to the 25-yard line before Greg Newell brought him down.
That's good blocking up front by Hussard, Dames, Vitale, Hammerstein, and Elliott.
So the Wolverines will have a 1st down now. Just outside, we'll call it the 26-yard line.
That's just straight ahead power off the wishbone formation.
12 minutes, 51 seconds remaining in the 1st half. Michigan with a 7-3 lead, and they're trying to increase that lead right now. Harbaugh handing off. And inside the 25-yard line goes Gerald White, brought down by Martin Mayhew.
A lot of good tailbacks here at Michigan and fullbacks. Perryman, Wilcher, White, and Morris. Got a great assistant coach coaching him too, and Terrell Burton.
2nd down, 5. The handoff goes to Gerald White again, up the middle, inside the 20 to about about the 18-yard line. The umpire there, again, Paul McGowan, number 38, who was an All-South selection last year and an All-American candidate this year, making the tackle.
This is a good Florida State defense. They've held their opponents to 1 touchdown per game. But unfortunately, as Bobby Bowden said, so has our offense.
4 carries for 18 yards now for White. It's 3rd and short. 2 tight ends in there, Jeffrey Brown and Derek Walker, as the Wolverines line up in the wishbone. 3rd down, 2 yards to go for the first down. And let's see if they got it. They may not have. Florida State doesn't seem to think so. But we'll wait.
Penetration by that defense. Gafford, number 76, and number 79, Gerald Nichols, got into the backfield before Michigan could get it started, and they held Perryman to about a yard gain. It's a 4th down, and it looks like Michigan's going to go for it.
About a yard and a half to go for the first down. They have to get the ball just inside the 16-yard line for the first down.
Oh, Schembechler is stubborn sometimes this way.
4th down. The Wolverines going for it. Harbaugh is going to keep it. Now he pitches to White, and White gets to the 15-yard line. First down. Greg Newell forced him out. He got just enough.
The play made by Harbaugh. He waited at the last moment, got it out to Gerald White, and it'll be first down Michigan. Off the wishbone option. Harbaugh waits just till the last moment. He was tackled by Martin Mayhew, and he got it out to White, and he picked up the first down.
So it's a first down for Michigan. At the 15-yard line of Florida State. 10:23 remaining, first half. Michigan leading 7-3. Harbaugh hands off to Morris. Morris inside the 15, down to about the 11 before Terry Warren made the stop.
On that play before the first down, when Jimmy Harbaugh carries the ball, you can see how tough this kid is, because they really slammed him to the ground. They made him pay for it anyway.
There's Jamie Morris now with 12 carries for 83 yards. Second down, 6. The Wolverines have it on the Florida State 11-yard line. Harbaugh pitching to Morris. Morris inside the 10, crawls to about the 8-yard line. Paul McGowan will be credited with the tackle.
I think he got caught on the turf. His spikes got caught on the turf. He couldn't pick his feet up. Otherwise, he had some room to pick up maybe 3 or 4 more yards.
Well, now another big 3rd down play. 3rd down and 4.
Like I said, they're all big.
The Wolverines have it on the 9-yard line of Florida State.
Going to the wishbone. No, they're not. I formation. 2 tight ends.
Harbaugh back to throw. Looking into the end zone, it is incomplete. The intended receiver was Jeffrey Brown, and Greg Newell made the save for Florida State.
What a play by Ray Newell, number 40. Jeff Brown was open. Jim Harbaugh, number 4, looking for him. Sees him in the end zone. But number 40, Ray Newell, the dive. Greg Newell. Excuse me, it is not Ray Newell, it's Greg Newell. Excuse me, Mrs. Newell.
And now Pat Moons will attempt a 26-yard field goal. He missed one earlier from 30. But this one is good. So with 8:45 remaining in the first half, the Michigan Wolverines have increased their lead. It is Michigan 10, Florida State 3. High above Michigan Stadium is the Goodyear Blimp America from Houston, Texas. At the controls today, Captain Mark Kinnett from Conroe, Texas. Michigan with a 10-3 lead.
There's our Goodyear Blimp. Do you know why Jeff Brown really was not open in the end zone? because he didn't move around. He got to a spot, he saw that he was open, and if he would have taken off to his left, he probably would have been open, and then Jim Harbaugh could have thrown it to him and completed in the end zone. He just didn't move around. He was not mobile enough.
Sutkowitz getting ready now to kick it off for the Wolverines. Dexter Carter and Keith Ross are deep for Florida State. 8:45 remaining in the second quarter. This will be Keith Ross at about the 3-yard line. And a good return out across the 30 by Keith Ross.
A lot of overall speed by that Florida State Seminoles. Here's the replay right here. What I was telling you earlier. Watch number 80. He does not move around. And now when Harbaugh throws it, he has to throw it right straight at the man, and the play can be made by Greg Newell.
The Seminoles have it now, first down at their own 30. Chip Ferguson, sophomore quarterback. Pitching out to Sammy Smith, and Sammy Smith gets all the way out to the 40-yard line. Eric Campbell making the tackle for Michigan.
Sammy Smith showing some speed of his own and strength, picking up 9 yards. There he is, 7 rushes, 50 yards in this football game so far with good speed.
So Jamie Morris and Sammy Smith both having fine days here at Michigan Stadium. Second down, 1 yard to go for the first down. Sammy Smith again. He has the first down all the way out to the 46-yard line. A gain of 5 yards. Dieter Herron making the tackle.
Well, without those guys up front, Sammy Smith would not be making that kind of yardage. We have some scores. Central Michigan 21, Ohio nothing in the first period. Michigan State 14, Western Michigan 7 in the first period.
First down, Florida State at their own 46-yard line. Sammy Smith again. Look at him go. Inside the 40-yard line of the Wolverines before he's finally brought down by Garland Rivers.
I always like to mention these guys. Kerbron, Kuipers, Schrenkel, Barwick, Tomberlin, and Henley doing a great job up front. You just don't run like this in the wide open field and pick up those kind of yards without good blocking up front by those linemen.
Another first down for Florida State, just outside the Michigan 38. 7:20 remaining first half. Michigan with a 10-3 lead. This is the fullback, Tanner Holloman, getting very little yardage. He ran right into Andy Moeller.
Along with Mark Messner. They're trying now to keep Michigan's defense, the defensive tackles and the middle guard honest. They're going to run the fullback just a few times to make sure that when they hand the ball off later to Sammy Smith, he's going to have some holes on the outside of that middle of the line.
A gain of 2 at second down 8. On the Michigan 36. Victor Floyd looking for running room outside. He's got the first down all the way down to the 24-yard line of Michigan. Eric Campbell finally bumped him out of bounds. So Victor Floyd, the sophomore from Pensacola, Florida.
Victor Floyd with speed eludes Ivan Hicks. He gets up the sidelines, a first down, Florida State.
And the Seminoles threatening to get right back in it here. They're down by 7.
Showing great strength in the running game.
6.5 minutes to go in the first half. Chip Ferguson, the quarterback. Gives the ball to Victor Floyd again, and Floyd picked up about 2 yards. Good tackle made there by Dieter Herron.
Dieter Herron made a great play defensively. Watch Andy Moeller here, number 49. Watch this block on Andy Moeller. Boom, down on the ground. That's good blocking. That's why I mentioned those guys up front. And that was Mark Selva, number 63, but with that great block against Andy Moeller, number 49.
Second down, 8. Victor Floyd again gets the call. And again, he's got a first down for the Seminoles, all the way down to the 10-yard line. Andre McIntyre and Tony Gant making the stop for Michigan. And the Seminoles have done this run all on the ground.
Florida State's offensive line doing a job against Michigan's defense.
The ball is right on the 10-yard line.
They are just gaping holes in Michigan's defense.
First down. Ferguson pitching out to Victor Floyd again. He looks for running room on the near side. He'll get about 3 yards.
Bo Schembechler defenses, they bend like a willow, but they don't break very often.
Eric Campbell and Andre McIntyre making the tackle. After a gain of 3, Floyd now with 4 carries for 24 yards.
But we'll see on this drive, because the Seminoles really have that momentum on their side.
Second down and goal from the 7-yard line. 5 minutes remaining, first half. Michigan with a 10-3 lead. Again, it's Victor Floyd finding running room up the middle, getting inside the 5-yard line before David Fulkertsma brought him down.
Chip Ferguson has not thrown the ball on this drive to this point.
Victor Floyd in there at tailback in place of Sammy Smith.
Here we come again, another big third down play.
Third and goal. The ball is just outside the 3-yard line. 4:22 remaining. The pass is complete. Touchdown. Tanner Holloman, number 30. And it's now 10-9. Time Florida State threw the ball on that drive, and it gets him 6 points.
The willow broke.
Derek Schmidt will attempt the extra point and try to tie this game up. He does. We've got a tie ball game. It is 10-10 with 4 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in the first half.
Here's the fake into the line by Chip Ferguson. A screen to the right. Tanner Holloman, the good block up front by Mark Selva, number 63, puts him into the end zone.
So it's a brand new ball game, all tied up 10-10. We'll be right back. This is Super Football Saturday on TNT.
Here's a replay of this touchdown. We see Chip Ferguson throwing the ball, a quick screen to Tanner Holloman. Look at that number 63 out front there. Mark Selva with a block, and he knows where to get it, into pay dirt. Again, we see it from another angle. Good block out front by the guard. Mark Selva into the end zone. Tanner Holloman, number 30. Score tied, 10-10 here in Ann Arbor.
4 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in the first half. 4 minutes and 37 seconds on that scoring drive, and the only pass throw on the touchdown pass to Tanner Holloman. Everything else was done on the ground. Derek Schmidt's kick to Jamie Morris at the 1-yard line. All the way out to the 28-yard line. A 27-yard return by Jamie Morris. And there is Tanner Holloman, who's touchdown. Brought the Florida State Seminoles.
Well, there was some good running on that drive by Sammy Smith and also Victor Floyd getting it into position for that touchdown. And a good kickoff and good kickoff return by Jamie Morse, getting Michigan 1st and 10 on the 28-yard line.
Harbaugh has White and Morris in the backfield. Higgins and Colasar are flanked. And Harbaugh's back to throw. It's caught by Jamie Morris. And Morris picked up about a yard or two before he was stopped. Paul McGowan making the tackle for Florida State.
Timing not good on that screen pass to Jamie Morris here on the left. But of course, let's give credit to that Florida State defense. There's Holloman. He likes it.
A gain of 2 on that last play, so it'll be 2nd down 8 now with 3.5 minutes remaining in the first half and a 10-10 game. Harbaugh back to throw. McMurtry has it at the 39-yard line. The ball is loose, and who has it? Florida State recovers. Greg McMurtry coughed it up, and the Seminoles have the ball back.
We have one of the Seminoles hurt on that play.
That's Eric Hayes, number 78, a defensive tackle.
Good play defensively by the Seminoles again. McMurtry wide open. Pitched by Jimmy Harbaugh. Fumbled. Big play by the Florida State Seminoles.
3:09 remaining in the first half. We're all tied up 10-10.
The pass play from Jimmy Harbaugh, number 4. Wide open, Greg McMurtry. He's trying to get some extra yards. And as he does, he forgets the ball. It's a good defensive play by the Florida State Seminoles.
On the back of the Florida State helmet, you see the decal that says low. That is in memory of Pablo Lopez, who was fatally injured several weeks ago. 1st and 10 at the Michigan 41 for the Seminoles. A little over 3 minutes remaining. First half, the game tied at 10. Sammy Smith gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. Dieter Herron and Mark Messner making the stop for the Wolverines. Northwestern off to an early lead over Princeton. They try to win their 2nd game of the season. Baylor with a big lead early over Texas Tech. Ohio State leading Utah 7-0 in the first quarter. Here it is 10-10. 2nd down and 10 at the Michigan 41. Very little ground gain that time by Tanner Holloman. Again, Mark Messner. It was a 2nd-team All-American and a 1st-team All-Big Ten selection last year, making the stop.
Florida State continuing to try to run the ball. They have been going to the well quite often. They are now in a 3rd down 10 position where it's almost inevitable that they're going to have to throw it.
3rd and 10 at the 41. Chip Ferguson looking downfield. The pass incomplete. Penalty flags drop. Herb Gaynor, the intended receiver. Garland Rivers back in the coverage for Michigan. And we may get an interference call here.
It looks like that's what it will be against Michigan. And a 1st down, a big 1st down for these Florida State Seminoles before the ball. No doubt in my mind, Ivan Hicks made the hit.
For the defense, automatic 1st down.
So it's an automatic 1st down. The ball now just inside the 34-yard line. 2:08 remaining in the first half. We're tied 10-10.
Michigan's defense going to have to put some pressure on Chip Ferguson, or he'll do it to him all day long.
The fake to Sammy Smith. Ferguson going for broke. In the end zone, incomplete. The intended receiver, Philip Bryant.
Chip Ferguson delivered it. Bryant was open.
Ferguson now 2 out of 7 for 19 yards, but one of those 2 completions good for a touchdown.
Eric Campbell, the free safety, was not going to get over there in time if that ball was thrown on target.
It'll be 2nd down 10. 2:03 remaining now in the first half. The pitch goes to Sammy Smith, and down he goes. A loss of yardage. David Arnold, number 15, a sophomore from Warren, Ohio, got in there to make the stop. Dropping him all the way back on the 38-yard line.
From his corner position, that's the first time that Florida State tried to go around in. Watch Arnold come up from the outside. The block was missed on Arnold, and he made the play on number 33, Sammy Smith, for a loss.
A 3-yard loss. It's now 3rd down 13. 11 carries for 68 yards now for Sammy Smith. And there's a penalty flag.
Whoops, that's against the offensive line. That is what happens is if the offensive line puts their hand on the ground, they cannot pick it up, and the linesman caught it, and he called that penalty immediately.
So they'll step off 5 yards against the Seminoles.
False start, offense, first down.
It is 3rd down. Let's correct that. The referee is Tommy Miller. 3rd down now and 18 at the Michigan 41. Ferguson back to throw on 3rd and long. He's under some heavy pressure, gets rid of it anyways. Intercepted. Eric Campbell gets the ball back for the Wolverines inside the 15-yard line. Dieter Herron applied the pressure. Ferguson's pass picked off by Eric Campbell.
Well, Chip Ferguson got away from the pressure, and Darren Holloman looked like he was open back here, but number 5, Eric Campbell, was sitting right there. Picked it off. It'll be Michigan 1st and 10 from their 13-yard line, almost as good as a punt.
With only 1 minute to go in the first half. Tie game 10-10. Let's see what Bo Schembechler has his offense try here. Gerald White, the ball carrier. He gets out to the 16-yard line. Temper's growing a little short down in the field.
Usually does. That's what the game's all about, ain't it?
So after a 3-yard gain, it'll be 2nd down 7.
I think Bo wants to go in halftime now without making another mistake. With the score tied 10-10 and 30 seconds left here in the first half.
The Wolverines have time for about one more play. Harbaugh handing off to White again. White gets out to the 20-yard line where he's dropped. Deion Sanders and Stan Shiver making the stop. And that will probably be the final play in the first half as time runs out. Well, this game living up to its billing.
We got a good one.
1/2. It's the Wolverines of Michigan 10, the Seminoles of Florida State 10. The scoring done on a touchdown by Gerald White from 2 yards out. Pat Moons added the extra point. Derek Schmidt connected for a 30-yard field goal to make it 7-3 Michigan. Pat Moons then connected from 26 yards out to make it 10-3. And then came the touchdown pass from Chip Ferguson to Tanner Holloman with 4:08 remaining. The extra point added by Derek Schmidt. And we are tied at halftime. 10-10.
I'm impressed with this Florida State football team. They're strong defensively. They're young. They got a lot of speed. They got a good quarterback in Chip Ferguson. And they have a variety of plays. They got a good running game with Sammy Smith and Victor Floyd. And this, as you mentioned before, it is billed to be one of the great games of the year, and it looks like it's going to be.
So over 100,000 strong here at Michigan Stadium have seen a very exciting first half. Penalties hurt both ball clubs. But at halftime, it is all tied up 10-10. And right now, we have this message from the Big Ten Conference. Even is right. The rushing yardage almost identical, only 17 yards difference. The turnovers, Florida State 2, Michigan 1. Look at the penalties, though. 82 yards in penalties marked off in that first half.
Time of possession, Michigan has had the ball for 5 minutes. That was early in the game. They took the ball right down the field and held on to it for quite some time, about the first 4 minutes, and then failed to score. But Florida State coughed the ball up on the next play, and Michigan did get 7 points on the scoreboard.
The Seminoles are ready for quarter number 3, and assembled in that tunnel, we can see the Michigan Wolverines making their way back toward the field. Jimmy Harbaugh and Andy Moeller, the co-captains of the Wolverines. A lot of coaches' sons play for this Michigan team. Bo Schembechler tells us he likes to recruit coaches' sons. Jim Harbaugh, of course, the son of Jack Harbaugh, is the head coach at Western Michigan. The defensive captain, Andy Moeller, he's the son of Gary Moeller, who's the defensive coordinator for this Michigan team.
Michigan out on the field now, 100 strong. But you can only put 11 on the field at the time.
Another coach's son who plays for this Michigan team, who we will not be seeing today, defensive back Doug Mallory. His father, Bill Mallory, the head coach at the University of Indiana. Mallory out with a knee injury. He normally is a starter in the defensive backfield for Michigan.
Mallory's brother played last year at linebacker. A good one.
There you see Bo Schembechler's career wins, 198. He's shooting for 200 this year.
Bobby Bowden's not too shabby either, is he?
Two of the fine coaches in the game represented here today.
And we're deadlocked, 10-10. About ready to start the second half.
We have had one break, and that's been in the weather. It looked like it was going to be a ferocious day today with a heavy rainstorm, a lot of thunder and lightning around last night and this morning. But the rain clouds have gone away for the time being. And
I thought it was going to be a ferocious day when I found out you were caught in a traffic jam and maybe have to do this whole thing alone. Wow, I was having heart palpitations. You'd have crawled here, right?
Getting ready now for the opening kickoff here in quarter number 3. Bobby Bowden's Seminoles and Bo Schembechler's Wolverines tied up at 10.
In the first half, Florida State refused the kickoff, gave the ball to Michigan so that they would be able to receive it here in the second half. So Michigan will kick off to Florida State.
Rick Sutkowitz handles the kickoff duties for the Wolverines.
Barefoot kicker.
Keith Ross and Dexter Carter are back deep for Florida State. And the sun has broken through as quarter number 3 gets underway. This will be Dexter Carter at the 8-yard line. Carter has excellent speed out across the 30 to about the 32-yard line. That's where the Seminoles will put it in play, 1st and 10.
The overall speed of Florida State is impressive. 23-yard return.
So now Chip Ferguson at quarterback. Sammy Smith and Tanner Holloman, the running backs. Harbaugh loosening up. And it's a first down at the 32-yard line. Ferguson back to throw. Picked off by Ivan Hicks. And immediately the turnover gives the ball to the Wolverines.
Ivan Hicks waiting in the weeds. Here's the pass by Chip Ferguson. The defense was on. It was a safety zone up. Ivan Hicks came up and made the interception. The pass was thrown at Ronnie Lewis. Big break on the first play here for the University of Michigan.
First down for the Wolverines at the Florida State 28-yard line. Harbaugh handing off to Jamie Morris, and Morris will get up to about the 25, a gain of about 3. They unpile there.
That turnover has not quieted the incentive of this defensive line of Florida State. They're still getting across the line of scrimmage and making some good penetration, stopping a lot of these runs by Jamie Morris.
It'll be 2nd down, 7. The ball just outside the 25-yard line. Harbaugh with a long count. On the draw play, Jamie Morris gets it up to the 20. It'll be shy of a first down by a couple of yards, but another good gain by little Jamie Morris. He was brought down by Paul McGowan and Felton Hayes.
Tailback draw. Jim Harbaugh took the ball all the way back to Jamie Morris. Good blocking up front by Husard, Dames, Vitale, Hammerstein, and Elliott. Big 3rd down again.
3rd down and 2. 2 tight ends in there, and they'll line up in the wishbone. The big fullback Perryman gets close to the first down. Steve Gabbard making the stop.
It will be close. We'll have a measurement for sure.
What an impressive sight.
105,000 people. And you know the most impressive thing about this stadium, to me, being part of this University of Michigan, is that this stadium was built back in 1926 by a guy named Fielding H. Yost.
And he was thinking ahead, because I understand when he built the stadium, he left the footings up for another 50,000 seats to be added. He knew the program would get that big someday.
Well, I guess Bo's going to go for it again. It's a 4th down and inches.
By just a couple of inches, so it's a 4th down. They will employ 2 tight ends again, Jeffrey Brown and Derek Walker. Perryman, White, and Morris line up in the wishbone behind Harbaugh. 4th down, inches. I don't know. Perryman, the ball carrier, I don't know if he got it. Florida State thinks they've stopped him.
I think they have too. That defensive line of Florida State stuffing the Michigan offensive line.
The tackle was made by Thomas Harp and Steve Gabbard, and Florida State takes over.
Keep telling you about that defensive line. That's where the plays are made. Watch the penetration. No gain by Bob Perryman. The coach likes it. Bobby Bowden. All right.
So the Seminoles take over. 1st down on their own 18-yard line. The handoff is to Victor Floyd. Floyd got a couple of yards. Billy Harris, the middle guard, making the stop for Michigan. It'll be 2nd down, 8. Victor Floyd and Sammy Smith together have accounted for about 100 yards on the ground in this game.
Both have quickness and speed and agility.
We're tied 10-10, 12.5 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter. 2nd down, 8. Ferguson back to throw. The pass is tipped and incomplete. The intended receiver, Pat Carter, number 85, the tight end. Andre McIntyre, number 54, tipped that ball.
Good fake in the line by Chip Ferguson. He came up. Those are the kind that are intercepted many times. It was a good play by Andre McIntyre up in the air.
So it'll now be 3rd down and 8.
Chip Ferguson is now 2 for 11 for only 19 yards.
One of those 2 completions was for a touchdown to Tanner Holloman in the first half. 3rd down, 8. Penalty markers are down. The pass is incomplete, almost intercepted.
We'll see who the penalty's on.
Dieter Herod almost picked it off. Now let's see see what the flags are all about.
It looks like it's against Florida State. And is.
But with the incompletion,
Offense, decline, first down.
it'll be declined, and they'll have to punt the ball. Lewis Berry, both 10th in the nation in punting last year.
Both defenses impressive here starting the second half.
Colasar standing back at the 35-yard line. Berry gets the kick away, and it takes a Michigan bounce. 32 yards have it. 10-10 game, 12:04 remaining in the third quarter. We'll be right back. This is Super Football Saturday on TNT. We are back at Michigan Stadium, 12:04 remaining third quarter. There's your score, all tied up 10-10. The Wolverines have just gotten the ball back after the 32-yard punt by Berry. And they have it first down at their own 49.
Not much passing in this football game.
Harbaugh barks out the signals. Colasar starts in motion. The handoff is to Jamie Morris. And Jamie Morris is going to find very little running room. Fred Jones, number 55, over there in the stop, along with Martin Mayhew.
Swarmed by the defense. Good coverage defensively out here on the left side on Jamie Morris.
16 carries for 90 yards now for Jamie Morris. It is second down and 9. McMurtry wide right, Higgins wide left. Harbaugh back to throw. Looking long downfield. He's got some pressure being applied by Gerald Nichols. And Harbaugh's going to run it out of bounds at about the 45-yard line of Florida State. Felton Hayes finally chased him out. We've talked a lot about Jamie Morris today, and you've seen what a fine running back he is. Earlier, we asked Bo Schembechler if he ever felt Jamie Morris lacked the size to play Big Ten football.
I would certainly have my doubts if I were to recruit him again as to whether he could run in this caliber competition at that size. I have no doubts now. He's a powerful little guy. He's fast. Makes good cuts. But the thing that sets him aside from other little guys running the ball is he's extremely tough. That was exactly the way Anthony Carter was for us as a wide receiver. There are a lot of guys probably with that kind of ability, but not many with that kind of toughness.
We have seen just what a fine player Jamie Morris is here this afternoon. You also saw an incompletion. Stan Schreiber back in the coverage. The intended receiver, Gerald White. Harbaugh now 3 out of 7 for 45 yards.
Not his usual day.
It'll be a fourth down. Monty Robbins will do the kicking. Nobody is back for Florida State.
Both teams showing strength defensively.
Long count by Robbins. Sending it down toward the end zone. And what a bounce that took. Out of bounds at the 5-yard line. Beautiful kick by Robbins. 39-yard kick. No return. First down Florida State at their own 5-yard line. High above Michigan Stadium, the Goodyear Blimp America from Houston, Texas. At the controls today, Captain Mark Kinnett from Conroe, Texas. We hope you're enjoying the shots we're getting from the blimp.
We're lucky we're getting the shots from the blimp with the weather we were having this morning. It's gorgeous out now here in Ann Arbor.
First and 10 at the 5-yard line. Ferguson handing off to Floyd. Floyd gets to the 7, that's all. Gain of about 2 yards. Philly Harris brought him down, number 56.
105,000 people getting loud.
A 10-10 ball game with 10:44 remaining third quarter. Florida State second down and 7 at their own 8-yard line. The pitch is to Floyd again. Floyd up across the 10. He's going to be close to the first down out near the 15-yard line. Eric Campbell, Ivan Hicks finally brought down Victor Floyd, sophomore running back from Pensacola.
The guys up front of him sustained their blocks, and when Michigan could not get around those blockers, you could see the blockers out here in front. Number 27, Victor Floyd, saw a hole to the inside, broke through it, and came close and got that first down.
9 carries for 42 yards now for Victor Floyd. First down at the 15. Ferguson back to throw on first down. His pass is intended for Herb Gaynor. It is caught. A fine reception at the 40-yard line by the junior from Sarasota, who was recruited by Bo Schembechler, but chose Florida State instead. David Arnold was back in the coverage for Michigan.
Gaynor beat David Arnold here. He went on a little curl out and go, and if the ball was thrown far enough, it could have been a touchdown by Herbie Gaynor. He beat his man David Arnold badly.
So it's a first down now at the Florida State 40. The handoff is to Floyd, and Floyd again picks up about 4 yards out to the 44-yard line. Andy Moeller making the tackle. Moeller, the leading tackler on the Michigan team last year. Call it a 4-yard gain, second down 6.
Andy Moeller waiting for that defensive signal to come in so he can give it to his defenders.
And he gets that defensive signal from his dad, Gary Moeller, who's the defensive coordinator here at Michigan. Up the middle goes Tanner Holloman. Holloman will get out close to that first down out near midfield. Todd Schulte, number 41, making the stop.
Straight ahead fullback drive, which they're going to measure for the first down. Homecoming here at the University of Michigan.
From up here, it looks like it's going to be shy of the first down by, oh, maybe 5 or 6 inches. We'll see. It is short, but only by about an inch. Update on a couple of scores. Iowa in the third quarter, leading Texas El Paso 6-0.
I have no comment.
In the second quarter, Ohio State leading Utah 14-0.
I'm sure everybody's surprised at that score.
Here it is 10-10. Third down in inches. The ball right at the midfield stripe. Chip Ferguson keeping, and he has the first down. Got to about the 49-yard line. He only had to get across the 50. So the Seminoles pick up their third first down of this drive. They have driven the ball all the way from their own 5-yard line. 8 minutes, 27 seconds remaining, third quarter. A Florida State first down on the Michigan 49. Victor Floyd picked up a couple. Along with Ron Kramer, Pete Van Weren here at Michigan Stadium, where with 7:54 remaining in the third quarter, we're all tied up. Michigan 10, Florida State 10. The Seminoles have it. Second down and 9 at the Michigan 48-yard line.
It has become a tough defensive football game.
Chip Ferguson has gone all the way at quarterback for Florida State. Awaits the snap. Handoff is to Victor Floyd. Floyd inside the 45. Finally brought down at the 42-yard line. Ivan Hicks, number 17, making the tackle. 11 carries for 51 yards now for Victor Floyd.
Now Floyd and Sammy Smith and Holloman have been running the ball well against this Michigan defense.
A big third down play coming up now for the Seminoles. 3rd and 3 at the 42-yard line.
Again, a big third down play.
back to throw on third down. The pass is caught by Ronald Lewis. It's another first down for the Seminoles. Todd Schulte making the tackle for Michigan. Lewis, a freshman from Jacksonville.
Plenty of time for Chip Ferguson. He stepped back in his pocket. And he found Ronnie Lewis in the open. First and 10 for the Seminoles on the 36-yard line.
This drive by Florida State began all the way back on their own 5-yard line. After a punt by Monty Robbins, went out of bounds. The pitch is to Victor Floyd. Floyd inside the 35. Penalty markers are down, but a 2-yard gain.
It could be holding, or it could be a face mask.
We'll wait for them to signal this. It is a holding call against Florida State. And there you see a sold-out Michigan Stadium, over 105,000 fans on hand.
You speak of sellouts, this is the 70th time that it's been sold out in a row.
And you know, if they put 50,000 more seats in this stadium, I think they'd fill them too.
They probably could. They sell 96,000 season tickets a year.
10-yard penalty. First down.
Well, this is a big penalty against Florida State. They had the ball moving. This has put them into a hole. It's first and 20. It sort of stops that momentum that they've sort of built up.
The penalty moves the ball back to the 45-yard line. First down and 20. Did, but not quite. Brought down to the 43-yard line by David Arnold, the right side cornerback.
Let's give that offensive line some credit. Again, they're making good holes for these tailbacks, Victor Floyd and Sammy Smith, to get through and pick up some yardage against this Michigan defense.
Second down and 16 at the Michigan 42. 10-10 game with 5.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Ferguson back to throw. He's under some pressure. He eludes it. Now he's going to run the ball. Inside the 35, all the way down to the 31-yard line.
Michigan had the blitz on.
Dieter Herron just missed him in the backfield. Ivan Hicks finally brought him down.
Smart play by Chip Ferguson. Instead of a 3rd and 20, he now has 3rd and 6. They had the blitz on. There's Dieter picking up 10 yards. And those are tough 10 yards when you get inside the 40.
So now it's another big third down play. 3rd and 6. Ferguson back to throw. Firing long downfield. It is caught. Or was he out of bounds? He was out of bounds. No completion. Ronald Lewis caught the ball, but he was not in bounds. David Arnold back on the coverage.
Referee right on the play. He was wide open. Ronnie Lewis had his man beat.
The ball very well thrown by Ferguson, but Lewis unable to stay in bounds.
We'll have a field goal try by the Florida State Seminoles.
This will come from the 39-yard line. It'll be a 49-yard attempt by Derek Schmidt. It is wide right. No good. No change in our score. 4:26 remaining in the third quarter. Still Michigan 10, Florida State 10. This is Super Football Saturday on TNT.
Coach back in 1954 through 57. I'm sure he's watching tonight. Hello, Benny, out there.
He is seeing quite a ball game too. 10-10 with 4:26 remaining in the third quarter.
Harbaugh's got to get things started here.
You saw the numbers on him a moment ago. Only 3 out of 7 in the air. Jamie Morris has been the big gun in the Michigan offense today with 90 yards on the ground. First down at the 32-yard line. And this is Jamie Morris again. He'll pick up up about 4 more yards before being brought down by Terry Warren and Thomas Harp.
Again, penetration by that defensive line of Florida State. Steve Gabbard was right into the backfield, had a hand on Jamie Morris before he could get started, and Jamie still picked up 5 yards. He's now 17 carries for 95.
Second down and 5. McMurtry and Higgins come out wide left. Harbaugh rolling left. Firing long downfield. The intended receiver was Kent Higgins, but the pass falls incomplete. And you can see the disappointment on Jimmy Harbaugh's face there. He had a man wide open, didn't get him.
Good fake to the right side, back to Jamie Morris. And when Jimmy Harbaugh came out to the left, he tried to throw the ball on the run. Kenny Higgins was wide open, just couldn't hit him. Here's the score: Ohio State 28, Utah 3, Wisconsin 3, Wyoming nothing in the first period. Nebraska 7, Oregon nothing in the first period. And we have Michigan 3rd and 5.
10-10 ball game. They're out on their own 37. Harbaugh back to throw. Firing long downfield. It is incomplete. And there's the penalty marker. McMurtry was the intended receiver. And Eric Williams was back on the coverage for Florida State. Bobby Bowden didn't like that flag at all.
Seeing it from here, I don't think there's any doubt. He tangled up his legs before the ball got there. It'll be a Michigan first down.
Do you like that penalty, 15 yards for pass interference? Doesn't that give a defensive back kind of a clean shot on a pass thrown 30 or 40 yards?
I like the play because it gives a chance if the guy catches the ball. Yeah, I think it's a fair penalty, and you could see by the play of Williams
Interference, defense, automatic first down.
On Greg McMurtry. They give him an automatic first down. That's fine if they give him an automatic first down.
And it is, of course, an automatic first down at the 49-yard line now of Florida State.
I think the referee should be able to make a determination, though, on a flagrant foul.
I agree on that. First and 10. They have it just inside the 49-yard line of Florida State. Harbaugh handing it off to Jamie Morris. He got a good block from his fullback, Gerald White. And his forward progress will be marked at about the 45-yard line. Paul McGowan and Greg Newell making the stop for Florida State.
That's good coverage defensively. They have lateral movement along that Florida State defense, and they get out and make these plays. Otherwise, Jamie Morris could be knocking off 15 and 20 yards at a time.
It is now second down and 7.
Harold Burton talking to his offensive backs.
Second and 7 at the 45. Harbaugh looks one way, throws the other way, and White is complete inside the 25. White out of bounds at the 19-yard line. First down, Michigan.
When you speak of a pinpoint pass, that's exactly what Jimmy Harbaugh did. Watch him look all the defenders away. Come back to number 22, Gerald White on the sideline. First down, Michigan inside the 20-yard line.
2 minutes, 42 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Michigan trying to do something about this 10-10 tie.
The defense thought for sure he was going to throw it to the right. He came back to the left.
Harbaugh now 4 out of 9 for 70 yards. Gerald White. Penalty markers down as White is brought down at the 17-yard line by Paul McGowan. Two minutes, 35 seconds remaining in the third quarter. 10-10 game. Michigan and Florida State. Pete Van Wert along with Ron Kramer from Michigan Stadium. And a penalty call has just been made against the Wolverines.
Michigan with a little momentum. Got the ball 1st and 10 inside the 20. But is now called for clipping.
There have been a lot of penalties in this game, unlike teams coached by Bobby Bowden and Bo Schembechler.
And that's a big one. 15-yarder.
Clipping for the offense. 1st down.
So that moves the ball all the way back to the 33-yard line.
We got 2:35 left here in the 3rd period. This has really become a tough defensive ball game.
All the scoring in this game came in the 1st half.
That's Bo Schembechler on the sideline. Not liking holding.
It's a 1st and 24 for the Wolverines. Harbaugh's completed 4 out of 9 passes for 70 yards in a passing situation here. Back to throw on 1st and long. Gets rid of it. The pass is caught. A fine reception by Bob Perryman. Inside the 25-yard line, Kevin Grant back in the coverage for Florida State.
Wow, that was a close call. Kevin Grant had a shot at it. If Kevin Grant comes up with that interception, there is nothing but the yard markers in front of him.
Harbaugh starting to warm up now. He did not have a good 1st half throwing the ball, but now he's 5 out of 10. 2nd down, 14. Perryman and White, the running backs behind Harbaugh. He's back to throw on 2nd and long. The pass is caught by Jeffrey Brown. Out of bounds at the 14-yard line. Greg Newell back in the coverage for the Seminoles.
What's happened here in the 2nd half? Good blocking up front by that Michigan offensive line. Harbaugh can look over the defense. Finds big number 80, Jeff Brown. It's now 3rd down and 5. Here's another look at it with Jimmy Harbaugh. Plenty of time to throw it. Good blocking up front. That's what it takes to look over that defense. And Michigan's in position, 3rd and 4.
3rd down and 4. The ball on the 14-yard line. Harbaugh back to throw. He is under some pressure, dumps it ahead. The intended receiver was John Colasar, but Harbaugh had to throw that ball away to avoid being sacked for the 3rd time. Terry Warren, number 80, an outside linebacker, almost pulled down Jim Harbaugh.
That's the pressure. A pass pattern did not develop. Colasar came inside, and he was covered well.
So now Pat Moons will attempt a 32-yard field goal, trying to put Michigan back on top. There's the kick by Moons. It is good. And the Wolverines have reclaimed the lead, 13-10. The Wolverines lead it now 13-10 with 1:18 to go in the 3rd quarter.
A good defensive ball game. Florida State rose to the occasion. Michigan had a 1st down and 20 to go. They got within 5 on a 3rd down play. Florida State defensively got themselves up for it. Michigan had to settle for a 3-pointer. Now leads 13-10 with 1:18 left here in the 3rd period. Good football.
Rick Sutkowitz getting ready now to kick it off to the Seminoles. The bare foot of Rick Sutkowitz. He handles all the kickoffs for Michigan. The place kicking is handled by Pat Moons, who just connected from 32 yards.
Jimmy Harbaugh is coming along a little better this 2nd half. He's now 6 of 11 for 95 yards.
The deep men for Florida State, Keith Ross and Dexter Carter. Good long kick carrying into the end zone. Keith Ross is going to run it out. Up across the 10, up across the 20 to about the 22-yard line. He is brought down there. by Bobby Abrams, number 24.
Some good hard hitting on these kamikaze squads. Good coverage. 22-yard gainer.
First down for the Seminoles.
Those 3,000 Florida State fans sure make a lot of noise, don't they?
The ball at the 22-yard line of Florida State. The handoff is a fake handoff to Smith, and the pass thrown and caught by Ronald Lewis. Ferguson connecting with Lewis out near the 40-yard line. Ivan Hicks back in the coverage. Correction, that was Herb Gainer on the reception.
Yeah, Gainer came down. He was open in the middle of Michigan's zone. And here's Chipper Ferguson throwing the ball down there. First down for Florida State.
53 seconds to go in the third quarter. They're at the 40-yard line. Holloman losing a couple of yards. John Willingham and Andy Moeller wouldn't let him turn the corner.
Penetration, penetration. Both defenses now making penetration into the offensive club. Moeller in the backfield. 2-yard loss.
It'll now be second down and 12 at the 38-yard line.
You always know in the middle of the line, you can't let that big guy push you around. You got to get back in there.
Ferguson back to throw. Under some pressure. Now he fires downfield. Incomplete. Pat Carter, the intended receiver. He was down inside the 45-yard line. David Arnold back on the coverage for Michigan.
Mark Messner flushed out Chip Ferguson as he tried to throw the ball down to Pat Carter. He was not open. He got rid of it, though. There's 5 seconds left here in the third period. It will be a third down and 12.
And for our stations along the line, we have missed commercial position 18. Our next commercial will be position number 18, and we'll make up the missed spots in the fourth quarter. Our next position will be 19.
Wow. And this is a football game. Michigan leading 13-10. It's a big third down play for Florida State.
5 seconds remaining third quarter. Ferguson back to throw. Escapes the pressure, fires for his tight end Carter, and this time he got him at the 40-yard line. Again, Carter was down on one knee. We have penalty markers in the backfield, and a holding call against Florida State's going to bring it back.
Boy, you see those and you feel bad for these young players on this Florida State football team, because it was a great play by Chip Ferguson downfield to Pat Carter, but we can't even talk about it because the ball's coming back. Michigan obviously will take the penalty, and it'll be a third down and 22.
Time has expired here in the third quarter. And here's a look at that play again.
Jimmy Henley, the center. Boy, what a great play, though, by Chip Ferguson, just getting the ball off in time. It's holding. No matter how you call it, the play does not count.
So we have 1 quarter of football left here at Michigan Stadium. Our score after 3, the Michigan Wolverines 13, the Florida State Seminoles 10.
Buick announces the...
It's today's Buicks.
Speaking of Buicks, Dick Scott was up early today.
1 quarter remaining.
13
sold out Michigan Stadium.
13-10, Michigan leading.
And what could be a key play here, 3rd and 22. Down he goes. Chip Ferguson is sacked. Andy Moeller got through. And the big play is made by the defense.
A big play defensively. Andy Moeller on the blitz. Right in Chip Ferguson's face. And he may be hurt.
The player down, I believe, is offensive tackle Tim Hebron.
It is not Chip Ferguson. Watch Andy. Oh, look at this play. Wide open. Nobody can pick up Moeller, and he's in there on the tackle. Sack.
And Hebron is the injured player.
Sacked by Moeller in the...
So the Florida State medical crew out tending to Tim Hebron. And that stops the clock with 14:47 remaining in the game. There's your score, a 3-point lead for the Wolverines. This is Super Football Saturday on TNT. Stadium, the Goodyear Blimp America from Houston, Texas. At the controls today, Captain Mark Kinnett from Conroe, Texas. Lewis Barry in to do the kicking, gets the kick away. John Colasar back at his own 26-yard line. A fine punt by Barry. Colasar with a pretty good return. Got it out to the 40-yard line. We can update you on some scores. Michigan leading Western Michigan 27. Michigan State rather leading Western Michigan 27-3 in the third quarter. And so far today, Lorenzo White has scored 3 touchdowns, 26 carries for 193 yards.
He is truly a great one. We'll have him on Big Ten football this year along the line. 51-yard kick, 12-yard return by Colasar.
First down for the Wolverines at their own 40. Harbaugh gives to his fullback, Bob Perryman. Perryman has the ball.
Whistle
out of his grasp, but after the whistle. About a 5-yard gain. Gerald Nichols, Thomas Harp making the tackle for Florida State.
Those guards and tackles are coming into the huddle saying, let me run something straight up the middle. Keep this guy honest. Don't let him move to the outside and to the inside. Give him all that running room. So if you keep him honest like that every once in a while, you're going to break something to the outside with a guy like Jamie Morris or Thomas Wilcher.
It is second down and 5 at the 45-yard line. Harbaugh handing off to Gerald White. White gets out close to the first down, but he'll be about a yard shy. Steve Gabbard making the tackle for Florida State. It'll be 3rd and 1.
It's turned into a very hot, humid day. Had a lot of rain this morning, but the sun's out now. Temperature around 80 to 81 degrees. It is hot on this football field.
13 minutes, 19 seconds remaining. The Wolverines have converted only 2 of 7 third down plays. They have about a yard to go for the first down here.
Wishbone.
The handoff is to number 27, Thomas Wilcher. And the senior from Detroit has the first down all the way down to the 40-yard line. He ran behind a strong block thrown by tight end Jeffrey Brown.
Jeffrey Brown's first year of playing. He's 6'4", 224-pound sophomore. Good block on that side after a fake into the line of scrimmage to Bob Perriman. 11-yard gain.
So it's a Wolverine first down. They lead it 13-10.
Bowden said that this Michigan football team beats on you all day and then tries to beat you at the end.
First down, Harbaugh. Pitching to Wilcher. Wilcher dropped for a loss of a yard. Fred Jones made the tackle. Along with Ron Kramer, Pete Van Weren at Michigan Stadium. 12.5 minutes remaining in the game. Michigan leading Florida State 13-10, and the Wolverines have the ball. Second down and 11 at the Florida State 41-yard line.
That's a look at the Michigan Stadium from our Goodyear blimp. Second and 11.
32-yard field goal by Pat Moons. Late in the third quarter gave the Wolverines the lead back. Harbaugh back to throw on second and 11. Firing long downfield for Colasar. Incomplete. And a penalty flag has been dropped again. That will be the 4th interference call against the Seminoles today.
We have had a number of them. Unfortunately, most have been against Florida State. That was an out pattern, out and down. Colasar looked like he may have been open. Here's Harbaugh. He puts the pump. Watch the pump. Not much pressure on him. He gets to throw the ball. After he throws the ball, he gets creamed in that backfield, but it will be a penalty against the Florida State. Oh, it is against Michigan.
It's against Michigan.
Wow.
Big one, 15 yards against Michigan.
Wow.
Interference, offense,
Offensive interference.
Also a loss of down.
So they call that one against Colasar, the intended receiver. There you see how the points were scored. Gerald White from 2 yards out gave Michigan a 7-0 lead. Then a Derek Schmidt field goal and a touchdown by Tanner Holloman tied things up.
You don't see too many penalties against called offensive interference.
Pat Moon's field goal late in the third quarter, giving the Wolverines a 3-point lead. 11:50 to go. It is third down now and 25. 3 wide receivers in there for the Wolverines. Harbaugh firing long downfield, and he's caught by Ken Higgins. And they've got the first down. Just enough yardage for the first down. 27 yards on the pass play from Harbaugh to Higgins. Tracy Sanders and Deion Sanders back in the coverage for Florida State.
The defense doubled up on the outside against Colasar and McMurtry, and Kenny Higgins came to the inside against the zone. A first down for Michigan and a big third down play. Tracy Sanders could not keep up with Ken Higgins. Watch him get nailed here after he throws the ball.
Harbaugh now 7 of 13 for 116 yards. First down, Wolverines at the 29-yard line of Florida State. Jamie Morris. Boy, did he get hit by Terry Warren, number 80, and Fred Jones, number 55. He bounced off those two like a rubber ball.
Is there some hitting going on defensively for both of these teams? Jamie Morris is really a tough little guy. But as you know, he's only 5'7", 179 pounds, and he's up against these big guys, 280 pounds, bounces off, as you said, like a little Jamie ball.
Second down and 7 at the 26-yard line. 10 minutes, 42 seconds remaining. Harbaugh back to throw on second down. He dumps it off to Jamie Morris. Morris looking for running room is going to be dropped instead for a loss back at the 30-yard line.
Screen pass to the right by Jimmy Harbaugh to Jamie Morris. It was sniffed out defensively by the Florida State Seminoles. A 3-yard loss on the play. It'll be third down 11.
10:14 the time remaining. Harbaugh talks it over with Bo Schembechler. We'll see what play the Wolverines will try here. Bobby Bowden on the Florida State sidelines. Third and 11. 3 wide receivers in the lineup for the Wolverines. McMurtry and Higgins are left. Colasar is right. Harbaugh back to throw. Running away from the pressure. Scoots it ahead to Gerald White. A penalty marker down. I wonder if he was across the line of scrimmage, Ron.
I don't believe he was across the line of scrimmage. But it's a referee's call. Looks like holding against Michigan.
And that's what it is. A holding call against the Wolverines.
They may take this penalty because Michigan now is within field goal range.
There have been a lot of penalties in the ball game today, and they've all seemed to come at key times.
Always seems to happen in everybody's life. A little rain must fall.
9:40 the time remaining. Michigan with a 13-10 lead over Florida State.
It's a big decision for the Florida State Seminoles. I'm sure they're going to take the penalty.
The officials still talking things over. Tommy Miller, the referee.
Nebraska. Excuse me, I walked all over you, partner. Nebraska 14, Oregon 7 in the first period. Iowa 34-7 over Texas El Paso in the second. We were worried after 3-0 or 6-0 score in the first. Never to worry. Here's another score. Michigan 13, Florida State 10, and we're right here.
With
how do you like that?
To go.
Right from the Goodyear blimp.
Beautiful campus here at the University of Michigan. And now the penalty is being walked off against the Wolverines.
2 fouls, 1 for holding by the offense, Then we had a pass beyond the line of scrimmage, which is a loss of down.
So he was beyond the line of scrimmage, Harbaugh was, when he threw that little pass. And this will make it a 4th down now, back at the 35-yard line. Now Bo Schembechler wants an explanation.
We could be here for 3 days with explanations.
So the referee, Tommy Miller.
Well, it's a very important play. Michigan leading 13-10 with 9:40 left. Florida State wants that football back. Bo Schembechler obviously does not want to give it back to him. Now Bo has to make a decision as to whether he's going to kick a 52-yard field goal or try to kick a 52-yard field goal.
He is. Pat Moons entering the game, number 3, the place kicker. Moons missed from 35 yards in the first quarter, connected from 26 in the second quarter, and connected from 32 yards in the third quarter. Now he'll try one from 52 yards.
No good.
Doesn't have enough on it. Going to be short. And the Wolverines come up empty, hurt by their own penalties. So with 9:35 remaining in the game, Michigan holding on to a 13-10 lead over the Seminoles from Florida State. This is Super Football Saturday on TNT. All right. 9:35 remaining in the game. Michigan a 3-point lead over Florida State. The Seminoles have the football back. And speaking of Seminoles, one of their greats from the past, Fred Biletnikoff. 192 yards in the Gator Bowl against Oklahoma in 1965. What hands he had.
Not only with Florida State, he wasn't bad with the Oakland Raiders either.
He sure wasn't. First down. At the 35-yard line. Florida State trailing by 3. The handoff is to Sammy Smith, and Smith almost got the first down. He'll be shy by about a yard. Eric Campbell finally tripped him up. Parrish Barwick in that line. He's the tight guard on the right side. 6 feet, 280-pound senior from Crawfordville, Florida. Made a great block there.
Sammy Smith slithered through for about a 9.5-yard gain.
So it'll now be 2nd down and 1. Sammy Smith shaken up a little bit. Victor Floyd has replaced him. That's a first down. Penalty markers fall again. Victor Floyd got enough yardage for the first down, but this play may be called back. David Arnold making the tackle for Michigan. Holding.
It's in the area of holding again.
I can tell you right now, there are going to be a lot of players who aren't going to be too anxious to see the game films.
Yeah.
Some of these penalties.
I always hated those.
You saw Sammy Smith being tended to in the sidelines.
Offense. Second down.
Looks like he got a slight Charlie Horser in the thigh, or else it's so hot down there he's getting cramps.
Could very well be. The penalty moves the ball back to the 36-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 9. Over 150 yards in penalties in this game today. Ferguson to throw. He dumps it off to Victor Floyd, and Floyd will get to about the 40-yard line, shy of a first down by about 5 yards. Garland Rivers made the stop for Michigan.
It's a screen pass left. Chip Ferguson looked right. Threw it left to Victor Floyd. Pickup of 5 yards.
So now another big 3rd down play for the Seminoles.
Boy, they're all big in a defensive struggle like this with the score 13-10 with 8:41 left here in this football game.
3rd down, 5 yards to go for the first down at the Florida State 40. Ferguson back to throw. His pass is intercepted. Ivan Hicks, number 17. Picks off Ferguson.
Hicks did it again. The same way he started off this 3rd period. He stepped up front with the zone, a safety up zone, they call it. Chip Ferguson didn't see him sneak in there, and he waited. And it's an interception, and a big one for Ivan Hicks and the University of Michigan.
.8:35 remaining. The Wolverines have it back. The ball will be at the Michigan 42-yard line.
Big play defensively. We have mentioned time and time again here in this second half that this has become quite a defensive struggle. And it was a great play by Ivan Hicks when he stepped in front of a Chip Ferguson pass. See, Chip is looking to the left, looking him off. He's trying to throw it to the right, and there he is waiting right in front of Darren Holloman, and he makes a good interception. Michigan takes over good field position on their own 47.
That's Danny McManus warming up at quarterback for Florida State. Harbaugh barks out the signals. Back to throw on first down. Has plenty of protection. Now goes the other way. Now the protection is still good. Harbaugh directing traffic. He's going to have to run the ball out of bounds at the 49-yard line. Deion Sanders chased him out. He couldn't find a receiver.
Who said quarterbacks can't run? I bet he ran 50 yards to the right, 50 yards to the left, 20 yards back, and 3 yards forward for a 2-yard gain.
Watch the good protection he has here, though, all the time he's back there.
Everybody picking somebody up. Everybody turning heads. Looks like a bunch of cattle out there being herded by a good little old pony, huh?
He goes for a 2-yard gain. It'll be second down 8. 3 wide receivers in there now for the Wolverines. McMurtry and Higgins come out to the right side. Colasar to the left side. Harbaugh back to throw. Firing for Higgins. He's got him inside the 45-yard line. That'll be close to a first down. Stan Shiver back in the coverage for the Seminoles.
Bo Schembechler said before, my quarterback, Jimmy Harbaugh, is a good one, but he won't be a great one till he wins some games for me.
He is winning this one right now, 13-10 with 8:03 remaining. It's a first down for the Wolverines at the Florida State 43. You see Harbaugh, he was only 3 out of 7 in the first half. He has really warmed up 5 out of 7 in the second half. .7:48 remaining in the game. 1st and 10, Michigan. Wilcher inside the 40. Good gain by Thomas Wilcher, the senior from Detroit. He got great blocking from Michael Dames and John Colasar to spring him loose for an 8-yard gain. Along with Ron Kramer, Pete Van Wieren at Michigan Stadium. Over 105,000 fans on hand. Michigan a 3-point lead over Florida State. We have 7 minutes, 14 seconds remaining in the ball game. Second down. A little more than a yard to go for the first down at the 34-yard line of Florida State. Harbaugh handing it off to Wilcher. He's got the first down and then some inside the 30-yard line. He was brought down by Stan Shiver. 4 carries for 24 yards now for Thomas Wilcher.
When you have 3 tailbacks like Gerald White, Jamie Morris, and Tommy Wilcher, you certainly can wear down your opposition and your defenders. By this time in the game, when you have 6:45 left, leading Michigan 13-10 over Florida State.
Wilcher, quite a track star. He was the NCAA 55-meter high hurdle champion indoors in 1985. First down for the Wolverines. Gerald White gained about 3 yards to about the 26-yard line.
Wilcher did
2nd and 7.
Wilcher did pull a muscle in the outdoor championship. He won it in 1984, but did not participate after winning his heat this year.
As they unpile, Thomas Harp, the last man up. He'll get credit for the tackle for Florida State.
A Bo Schembechler team will be in good shape.
So it's now 2nd down and 6. The ball at the 26-yard line of the Seminoles. Colasar and Higgins go wide to the left side. Harbaugh rolling left.
I hear a whistle.
Penalty markers downfield, down around the 10-yard line. A penalty flag has been thrown.
Too much time.
Harbaugh can't believe the call.
He's got a one finger up in the referee's face.
He is furious. The delay of game moves it back to the 31-yard line. 2nd down, 11.
Didn't seem to affect the referee very much, did it? Still got the 5 yards, didn't it?
So now it's 2nd down, 11 at the 31-yard line. Again, Higgins and Colasar go wide to the left side. The running backs are Gerald White and Thomas Wilcher. And this is Wilcher. Inside the 25. Down close to the 1st down. He'll be shy by about a yard. Martin Mayhew making the tackle along with Fred Jones.
Good blocking up front. Wilcher finding a hole, breaking a couple of tackles. Going for about 10 yards. It'll be a 3rd down and 1 yard to go. This Florida State defense has played well here in the 2nd half. Let's see if they can hold up with 4:45 left here in this 4th period.
In short yardage situations today, Michigan has run from the wishbone. They line up that way again. 3rd down and 1. The handoff is to Perryman. He's got the 1st down to the 19-yard line.
It will be close.
Eric Crone made the tackle.
You're right. It is a 1st down, Michigan.
He ran behind the block of John Elliott, who's the strong side tackle, 6'7", 306 pounds, senior.
He's not a tackle, he's a mountain. The other tackle, Mike Hussar, isn't too bad either. He's 6'3", 285.
Mark Hammerstein, the strong guard, 6'4", 285, so a lot of size in that offensive line for the Wolverines. 1st down at the Florida State 19. 4:06 the time left in the game. Wilcher gets to about the 15-yard line. Eric Hayes made the tackle for Florida State. 4-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 6.
Still some hard hitting going on defensively by these Florida State Seminoles. I'm impressed.
This has been some battle right from the outset. 13-10, the Wolverines lead it. 3:40 the time left in the game. Northwestern, who will be our featured team next week, along with Indiana winning big, Baylor winning big in the 3rd quarter. Iowa at halftime already 41-7 over Texas El Paso. Indiana leads Missouri in the 2nd. Indiana trying for their 3rd straight win. Here it is 13-10. 2nd down, 6 at the 15. Wilcher again, the ball carrier, and he's got almost enough yardage for the 1st down. They may have to measure this one. It'll be close to the 9-yard line. The tackle made by Felton Hayes.
Wilcher now with 7 carries for 42 yards.
So he is taken right over for Jamie Morris, who had close to 100 yards while he was in there.
And he's fresh.
Well, you mentioned how warm and muggy it is today, and that can have an effect on a team. It's shy of a 1st down by about a half a yard. Once again, the Wolverines line up in that wishbone with Wilcher and Perryman and White behind Jim Harbaugh. The handoff is to Wilcher, and that high hurdle champion that he is hurdled over a couple of Seminoles for a 1st down.
Gave Wilcher the call. Picked up 3 yards. 1st and goal, Michigan. Good blocking up front. As you say, he's quite a hurdler. Looked like a high jumper there.
It's first and goal at the 7-yard line.
Clock in Michigan's favor now. 2:08 left here in the fourth period.
The Wolverines stay in the wishbone. Harbaugh still has it. No gain. Brought down at the line of scrimmage by Paul McGowan, number 38.
Good play by Freddie Jones, number 55, the strong side linebacker. He prevented the pitch out back to Gerald White.
The clock continues to run, only a minute 34 remaining. And a timeout is going to be taken now. Stopping the clock with 1:31, Michigan calling the timeout. They still have 2 left. A minute 31 to go in the game. Michigan leading it by 3. This is Super Football Saturday on TNT. By the way, was called by Florida State. All the players signaled to the crowd to stand up.
That's a full house. 3 aces and 2 kings. The best you can get. 105,000 people.
A minute 31 to go. Michigan leading by 3, trying to ensure the victory. Out of the wishbone. Second down goal at the 7-yard line. Wilcher. Touchdown. Wilcher scoring from 7 yards out. It is 19-10, Michigan leading Florida State. Pete Van Wert, Ron Kramer with you from Michigan Stadium. And now Pat Moons will attempt the extra point. There's only a minute 27 left in the game. The kick by Moons is good. And so the Wolverines have taken a 10-point lead. And the clock very much now in their favor.
Here's Thomas Wilcher off the right tackle. Good blocking up front by Jeff Brown. Then out offensive line. Untouched into the end zone. Pandemonium at homecoming here in Ann Arbor.
Buick announces the...
Here's our end zone camera. The blocking up front. Wilshire off tackle. Good blocking, good hole into the end zone for 6 points. Michigan leads with 1:27 left here in this football game. 20-10 over Florida State.
And well, look how much of the clock they use. 7:08. Well, Wilcher in that fourth quarter.
Wilcher came in and he was fresh, and he's the guy who was running the ball. Gerald White and Jamie Morris earlier in this football game have gained over 100 yards. Now Wilcher came in on this last drive and really did some good running for the University of Michigan.
Sutkowitz ready to kick it off now for the Wolverines. His boot taken by Carter at the 6-yard line. Carter has excellent speed, and he's finally brought down at the 32-yard line.
Well, these Seminoles can certainly be proud of the way they played here in Michigan Stadium, here in Ann Arbor. They have fought right down to the wire. There's a minute and 20 seconds left. And it looks like Michigan will win this football game and be 3-0 on the season. Bo Schembechler will win his 199th football game.
Michigan next week will be playing at Wisconsin. That'll be a night game. Florida State's next game is against Tulane on the 11th. Danny McManus in now at quarterback for the Seminoles. He's a junior from Dania, Florida. And the pass is incomplete. Galen White, the tight end, was the intended receiver. He had it and lost it. This telecast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Big Ten Conference and the Turner Broadcasting System. Any publication, rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, or accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Big Ten and the Turner Broadcasting System Incorporated is prohibited.
Boy, these good football games really go by fast, don't they?
They do. There
Great
you see the
defensive
numbers
struggle.
on Danny McManus for the year. He hasn't played much. We said he was from Dania, Florida. He is. He attended high school in Hollywood, Florida. Both towns take credit for it. This pass is caught by Victor Floyd out at the 38-yard line. It'll be about 5 yards shy of the first down. Peter Herron making the tackle. 59 seconds remaining in the game. Michigan leads at 20-10. It is 3rd and 4. McManus, who has just checked in at quarterback for Florida State, firing long downfield. He's got his man, Herb Gainer. And Gainer inside the 45-yard line. It's a first down.
At this point in the game, they'll give up anything in front of them with 40 seconds left. As long as they don't make that touchdown over the top.
First down for the Seminoles. 38 seconds remaining. McManus back to throw. The Seminoles trying to get a quick score here before time runs out. The pass incomplete. Victor Floyd, the intended receiver. And the clock stops now with 30 seconds remaining. The hero for the Wolverines, Thomas Wilcher, who just scored the clinching touchdown for Michigan.
Not without a little help from his friends with the blocking up front.
Bobby Bowden will have to take his Seminoles home with a record of 1 win, 2 losses, and 1 tie. But he has nothing to be ashamed of the way his team has played here today. They played a good football game. Second down, McManus back to throw, firing long downfield for Floyd. He's got him at the 22-yard line. He falls ahead to about the 20. It's another first down.
Somebody said a long time ago, it ain't over till the fat lady sings.
A timeout taken by Florida State stops the clock with 24 seconds remaining. The Seminoles would love to get one more score. You never like to lose, but losing by 3 points is a lot more credible than losing by 10. McManus now 3 out of 5 for 43 yards since checking into the game.
That's a different game right now when they start playing that prevent defense. You say, okay, throw that 10-yard pass. We'll give you the 10 yards. Let the time run out. We'll take the football game.
2 key interceptions today by Ivan Hicks have played a big part of this Michigan victory.
Especially the last one, where he got Michigan into position for Wilshire to go in for the touchdown.
24 seconds remaining. Michigan with a 10-point lead. Florida State has the ball on the Michigan 20, first down.
When you make interceptions like Hicks did today, they just had the right defense called at the right time, and he was throwing the ball in the wrong direction, and Hicks was right in the way of Chip Ferguson's pass.
Gainer wide right, Lewis wide left. First down, Florida State at the 20. McManus back to throw. Looks into the end zone, and the pass is caught for the touchdown. Herb Gainer with a fine reception in the end zone. So McManus comes into the game and immediately drives the Seminoles down the field.
Here he is. McManus rolling out to the right. Good catch by Ronnie Lewis in the end zone. As I mentioned, the fat lady ain't sung yet, partner.
63 yards in the air for McManus. He completed 4 out of 6.
We'll probably see an onside kick.
It is now 20-16.
He's going for a 2-pointer.
Lewis goes wide right, Gainer wide left. McManus will stop because the whistle blew.
Too much time.
$16 seconds left in the ball game.
Bobby Bowden not going for a tie. Timeout, Michigan. Timeout, Michigan.
So the Wolverines stopping the clock here. And talking about Michigan greats, there's a familiar face. Number 87.
I had the great privilege of performing here in this great Michigan football stadium.
And I'm sure you remember that play.
I sure do. It was against Michigan State.
On the cover of Sports Illustrated.
With my old pal, Tom Mentz. As a matter of fact, Tom Mentz's daughter is getting married next Saturday, so I'm going to whip right back from our game in Chicago at Northwestern in Evanston and come back see my old pal next week, just like 30 years before, 1956.
Bobby Bowden has talked over his plans with his quarterback, Danny McManus, as the Seminoles attempt the two-point conversion here. 2016, Michigan leading by 4. But only 16 seconds left.
Bobby Bowden figures if he's going to go for it, he may as well go for the win and then try the onside kick. If he gets a kick at a field goal, it's a win instead of a tie.
Bowden talking things over with one of the officials.
But if he misses, that means he's selling the farm because he's going to be 4 points back.
Lewis goes wide right. Gainer wide left. The Seminoles going for a two-point conversion here. Danny McManus. Looks into the end zone. The pass is caught for 2 points by Pat Carter, the tight end. And all of a sudden, it is a two-point ball game.
Don't go away, folks. Now Bobby Bowden, with his strategy, he didn't sell that farm I was talking about. He's in this football game. Michigan now leads 20-18, and if they can get their hands on the ball, they're going to have 2 or 3 plays to get it into a position, and they still have 1 timeout left.
Florida State with 1 timeout remaining. Michigan with 2. They don't want to use them. They just want to get the game over. It is 20-18, 16 seconds remaining.
Florida State has never quit today.
So now everybody anticipating an onside kick. You see, it only took 1 minute 11 seconds to mark 67 yards behind Danny McManus, who completed 4 out of 6 passes.
This is where the rule change has made a difference. Instead of kicking from the 40-yard line, Florida State will kick from the 35-yard line. So it will be a little more difficult for them to get into position to kick a field goal than it would have been last year when they were kicking off from the 40-yard line.
Derek Schmidt getting ready for what everybody feels will be an onside kick. It has to go 10 yards, remember. There it is. Penalty marker down. The ball is loose, but a penalty flag is down. I think the call is going to be against Florida State.
It's Michigan's ball. I don't think it'll make any difference whether Michigan recovered or not. There will be a penalty against Florida State.
Somebody might have come across the 35-yard line a little too quickly on that onside kick attempt.
It was a good onside kick. They had a good shot at it. But I think Michigan did come up with it. It'll be Michigan 1st and 10 on the 39-yard line.
Tommy Miller, the referee.
We have an illegal touch by the offense. We have an offside for the offense. It'll be Michigan's ball, 1st and 10.
So the Wolverines have it.
The Seminoles kept struggling.
Seconds remaining. Here's another look at it.
There will be an offside here on the left side. They shift to the left, but it's a good kick.
And it's touched by Michigan. They said it was an illegal touch, but I don't believe that it would have been an illegal touch because Michigan touched it prior to the Florida State Seminoles.
So now with 13 seconds remaining, Jim Harbaugh will, in all likelihood, just fall on the football. He does. There's a penalty marker down, however. So we have 10 seconds remaining. And the clock stops on the flag. Offside call against Florida State.
That's the Michigan Stadium. 105,000 here today. Great game with only 10 seconds left. Michigan leading 20-18. They'll have a 1st and 5. Michigan will take the penalty.
And it'll be a very happy homecoming for all of the alumni who came back today.
I hope I wasn't too prejudiced today.
No, I thought you did excellently.
Well, thank you. I only wanted to hear that from you.
I know in your heart you were pulling for one of these two teams.
We have encroachment by the defense. We'll wind the clock when I come off the ball.
So the ball moved now up to the 34-yard line.
This is a tough one for Bobby Bowden.
And now the clock has started again, and a timeout is being taken by Florida State. As soon as that clock began to run again, Florida State said, we've got one timeout left. Let's use it.
I didn't think they could start the clock after a penalty, but apparently they did. They felt that Florida State jumped offside purposely to stop the clock.
So the Seminoles use up their final timeout. And when play resumes, Michigan will have it first down at the 34-yard line.
Hard-fought defensive football game. But I think that Jimmy Harbaugh, who came on very strong in the second half and completed some very key passes on Michigan's drives for points, was the key to this
Harbaugh's
Michigan
passing
victory.
and the running of Jamie Morris early in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Thomas Wilcher late in the game offensively for Michigan. And those two interceptions by Ivan Hicks defensively playing a big part in it. Now the final play of the game is Harbaugh down to one knee, and time will expire. And the Michigan Wolverines have defeated the Florida State Seminoles in a dandy battle here at Michigan Stadium. Your final score, Michigan 20, Florida State 18. We'll be right back. This is Super Football Saturday on TNT.